Hello and welcome to Loud Equals Funny Hyperfixations. Devil May Cry.
Yes.
We're gonna get crazy!
Yes.
Gabe's dressed like the worst character!
He is the worst character, but he's also very
Say
funny.
the line, Gabe.
No.
And
Okay.
I've got a bigger dick. Yes. Different, not him, but
There's
close
a few different good lines from that game, to be fair.
I was
I
gonna
have
say
a William
you.
Blake book, so I'm pretending to be dressed as V.
True. I wasn't sure
fucking,
which line you meant. I wasn't sure if you meant the. But
Any
you
one
can
of
call
them,
me
honestly.
Dante the Demon Hunter. That bit,
I'm your
because that's
I
one of my
was
favorites.
just thinking,
Son of a
fuck
bitch.
you.
Fuck you.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, DMC, we've been kicking around the idea of doing this retrospective for a while. I
Yes.
guess I'm probably like the least big DMC fan here, but I still know way too much about it. I realized yesterday I was like, should I be on this? I never really beat any of the games, but then I'm thinking about it and I'm like, well, I do know about the pre-Viz live-action cutscenes,
For 5,
and that's
which
like
fucking rule.
that's like a pretty deep cut, I think, to the average person. So I guess it's fine. It's fine. But the rest of you guys, you're all big fans, right?
Yeah.
Listen, the hours of folly are measured by a clock, but of wisdom no clock can measure.
That's
I-
a fact.
That's very V.
I'm probably less of a DMC fan than Tristan. Like,
Yeah.
I
I
love
really
it.
like.
This is your
DMC.
favorite
DMC.
game series, right?
It's not my favorite. My favorite would
No?
probably be Resident Evil, but this is
Okay, fair,
really up there.
Yeah.
Which, hey, Resident Evil
Yeah.
hyperfixation eventually soon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get Wang on
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
That's basically the only thing keeping me from fucking kickstarting it.
I mean, well, I think we could do
Excuse
it,
me.
the movies. There's a lot we could do with the hyperfixation.
I definitely want to look at the
Yeah.
movies from the Resident Evil movies. That sounds like it would be
Yeah,
fun
there's a
time.
lot of fun stuff.
I've seen all of them, including the latest one, which is somehow worse than the previous 7.
Damn.
Which is crazy because it seemed like it would be more faithful, but
Yeah.
that's I guess that's
Yeah.
a discussion for another
And hey,
time. That's a whole other thing.
shot near you guys, by the way. It was shot in
Well,
the sun.
Yeah, it was shot like
Shout
just
outs. Shout outs to film adaptations and whatnot, because of course we also have the DMC anime, and there's a new one coming out, which, to my understanding, doesn't look very good.
We might take a look at
I've
the trailer
heard-
for that.
I've heard some negative things, but
we
I
could
don't
always
know.
talk about that because it's kind of we'll do it after DMC 2, I guess, because it's kind of taking elements of DMC 1 and 2 and mashing them together.
Mm.
Well, I was thinking maybe we can talk about the new one, I should say, at the end, because I have a little thing about the future of the series, because I'm pretty sure
Okay.
Itsuno recently left Capcom,
He
which
did.
is
Yeah,
really going to change the
you're right,
series.
that's a better idea.
So let's get into it. I don't know if you guys know this,
Yeah.
but Devil May Cry 2 started in development as a different game, and that game is Super Monkey Ball.
Dang.
No, everyone knows the story. It started as Resident Evil 4. It got a little bit too actiony. Hideki Kamiya was like,
DMC1.
Yes.
yeah, DMC 1 started as Resident Evil 4, and eventually they just had to have a sit down and say, hey, look, this isn't Resident Evil, but this is still like really fucking good. So you go off, you do that. We're going to work on this. Eventually that became Haunting Ground. And then, eventually they got Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, Resident Evil
Yeah.
4 took 5. It got rebooted like 5 different times.
It is one of the few games that has become 3 entirely separate games. Maybe 4, because I think Dead Aim also counts.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
it should, right? It counts.
I'm pretty sure. I forget if it started.
60-40?
I'm pretty sure it started development as like a fork of Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
But that's a story for a different time.
Yes.
With the way that DMC 1 kind of came around, I know that Resi 4 was Little Devil, I think was like the code name.
Yeah.
And I know that basically all of the time they spent in Spain researching and figuring out like how the game would look and feel, a lot of that got repurposed into like the gothic stuff in Devil May
Yes.
Cry.
In
Mainly
fact,
I think more
yeah.
2, but Devil May Cry had some of it still.
I mean, there's just tons of like art Resident Evil DNA all over the first game. I mean, it's the only one where you're in a spooky castle and like fixed camera angles and everything. And I mean, well, it's not the only game that does those, but it's the one that they're the most prominent.
Yeah,
in,
it's like very it's very prevalent.
Yeah,
but
that's something I did
while I was replaying one, I actually noticed a lot of the same textures that they used in Resident Evil 4. A lot of the same gameplay elements.
Oh,
particularly the ending.
Didn't they like steal a bunch of the textures from RE4 or something? There was like a controversy.
I think it was just like I was thinking it was just the background of the logo.
Okay,
I think so.
I guess that wouldn't have been.
This launched, I think, also a couple years before.
2001, I think.
Yeah, so this would have been about 3 years before.
It's really interesting to imagine what RE4 would have been like. It wouldn't have had Dante, obviously, so it's like would it have just been like
Tony
Redfield,
Spencer.
Yeah, Tony Spencer. Okay. Who they brought that back, but by his nickname is Tony Redgrave.
Tony Redgrave.
Yeah, it's his alias, right?
Yeah,
Dante.
It's kind of like a porn. It's literally
Dante,
like a porn star
Dante.
name. It's like a nickname for him, and then his home city, which we'll touch on later.
Yeah.
It's literally a porn name. I'm impressed.
My name's.
They call me Jonathan Cityville.
Jonathan Dallas. Could have had a totally different franchise, but not the point there. Sorry.
So yeah, fucking Devil May Cry 1. How many of y'all have played it?
I have.
All the way through, or am I the only one?
I've played it all the way through.
I finished it. Yeah.
I remember.
No, I'm the only one that hasn't.
So a lot of his franchise I didn't own until DMC3. Like even then, like I owned 4 and then 5. I didn't really own the reboot until later. But yeah, no, I remember seeing the cover. The only thing like a lot of people used to do was purchase by cover or rent by cover, and the cover for DMC1 is one of the coolest fucking like just blatant.
It's an iconic PS2 cover for sure. Yeah.
It's this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's
Peep
doing
that shit. Look at that.
Looks fucking awesome.
Fucking cool.
You want to buy that game. You see that on a shelf, you know that's quality.
Yeah.
It's got a fucking sexy lady in the logo. This is cool guy with a shotgun and a dragon sword. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the title alone is also Devil May Cry, where it's like, all right,
it's a really good name, honestly.
It's really intriguing. It's like, all right, that sounds like it could be intriguing. In the back of a box,
sounds like
showed
maybe 20% wacky Japanese English, but you know the rest of it is really cool.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
There's a little bit of
more,
especially at the end of this game. Yes, there's
yeah.
But
there is. I know that much at least. Yeah.
There's a really quick anecdote. So I actually only really got into the Devil May Cry series during the pandemic.
Yeah.
You know, because I got 3 on Switch, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna play this." But before, I played a little bit of Devil May Cry 1 just for a bit, like a few years beforehand, because I legally purchased the HD collection, and I was just kind of playing it, but I lost a little bit of interest. And way back before then, the very first game I ever played on PlayStation 2 was Devil May Cry. My sister got a copy to play on my brother's PS2, and I was like, hey, I should try this.
Yeah.
I really fucking sucked at it. Wow.
Yeah.
The first one?
Yeah. It was pretty hard.
I bottomed out at the Phantom fight.
Yeah.
But it's like
I couldn't get past the Phantom fight.
That's like a skill check. I don't think I even got that far because I mean, admittedly, the first one it is like
the shadow
a bit
fight
funky.
Is rough.
There's like the thing that sets me off is there's no real dodging in the first one. You just kind of have to. Is there?
Yeah. If you hold side to side on the stick and press jump, then you dodge.
Oh, okay.
It's the same way that it works in basically all the other games, but the other games had better versions of dodging that you could also do.
Well, I'm also thinking of like trickster dodging and stuff.
Yeah.
The DMC2 is when they introduced that it's just a button you press. In DMC1, you have to do like input to dodge. In DMC2 onwards, there's actually the evasion button, which
I
they
remember
kept.
seeing people play the first one, and a lot of the time you just kind of like jump to avoid the attacks, which kind of
You
threw
can
me
do that
off
too.
a bit.
That works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Especially because you
definitely-
randomly do attacks in midair, so most of the time you would just jump and use that as like an evasion tool.
Yeah, you could stay in the air and shoot for a little bit.
Yeah, DMC1 is broadly considered like the beginning of the character action genre, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not the first 3D beat 'em up or anything like that. So what exactly would
absolutely
you
not.
say? No, PlayStation 1 had tons of that. What would you say like differentiates this from something on, various like PS1 brawler kind of game?
I could throw my ring in there if you want.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
Okay, so I would say that the focus on style, like the style meter, and keeping your action as fast as possible, and like the game noticing that you dodge, like you get out of the way, so it gives you a little bit more style.
Yeah.
That I think helps, especially in the first game, really set it apart from those. And also the fact that it is focusing on that speed and never letting up on that. Like,
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
yeah.
It's like
It's also a lot more
a
fluid than a lot of those like primitive games in that style.
yeah. A lot of people say, "Oh, DMC1's so clunky." It really isn't.
No,
Not
Like, if you
that
actually-
much, no.
Two is
Like,
clunky.
yeah, compared to DMC3, yeah, it's a little
yes.
clunky, sure.
That's what I mean, basically.
But if you take it by its own merits, it still plays really smoothly. You just have to kind of get used to a little bit of the more esoteric mechanics that are
Probably read the manual because it doesn't really have. Like,
yeah,
a
you
tutorial.
really have to read the
Oh, yeah.
manual. Either that or
Yeah.
like go into like the weapon files and shit.
These
Yeah.
old
It is.
PS2 games really they had good manuals. They were about like 30, 40 pages long, and you
true.
were
Rest in
recommended to read
peace.
them. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I miss the manual more than some dead family members, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. But I would say that the thing that really defines it, besides the style, of course, apart from other like 3D action beat 'em ups, like what separates it from Yakuza, for example, even though Yakuza came out later, would be it's kind of a Resident Evil game mixed with a fighting game. It's
Yeah.
very. It has that
Yeah.
fluidity of motion and fluidity of like comboing that
But
you
then
don't
it has-
really.
It has
You
like
don't really
lock
have-
and key puzzles and stuff too.
Yeah, lock and really, really cool and inventive locks for nice, cool keys to fit into.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Yeah. There's some fascinating ideas of what they consider keys and what they consider locks, especially in 5.
Yeah, we'll
Five's
get
the
to,
one I've probably played the most of, so I'm looking forward.
we'll get to 5's lock and keys, and by extension, the entire series is when we get to that.
Yeah.
Because I have a lot of complaints about Devil May Cry 5, even though it's my second favorite.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Fair.
it is one of the
And-
best, but I feel the same.
It is. It sadly has kind of the worst lock and key design of all of the games because it's just one lock and one key repeated over and over.
Man, yeah.
It really is,
The
yeah.
entire time. Yeah.
It's sad, but we'll
It's a
get to that when we
cool- I
get to
mean,
that.
It's a cool lock and it's a cool key.
Yeah,
but
I like it.
also,
It would
yeah.
be a lot cooler if you just saw it one time and it would be more memorable, just as
I mean,
one
even a few
thing.
times, but I mean,
Sure.
all missions.
Yeah.
Eh.
There is a there's also a bit of Resident Evil's DNA in Devil May Cry that's kind of underappreciated by a lot of people, and that is the secret missions. See,
Yes.
in Resident Evil, you could backtrack through the map if you want, if you get like a key to an optional lock, and typically there'd be new enemies in the way, and then once you get there, and if you remember that, you can get like some more ammo or a good healing item or like a secret weapon or something like that.
Yeah.
It really rewards being cognizant of the map and going to places after you've already cleared them to see if there's something new there. And Devil May Cry has a slightly less intuitive version of that, where sometimes if you go into certain rooms after a certain point, you'll get a secret mission where you have to do like a special kind of task to unlock a fourth of like a new segment of your health bar, kind of like a heart piece in Zelda, the blue orb fragment,
Yes.
and it's really cool. I like there's one you step on all the fucking spiders, shoot the sin scissors, the kind of floating enemy with one shot and kill it.
Ooh.
A lot of them are not great, but I do think that they have the most interesting placement out of the
Yeah, the
entire
later
series.
games, they're more like just sort of side things that you can find if you're exploring, right?
Yeah, like
Yes.
they're a lot more in your way in from 3 onwards, I would say.
Yeah.
Like
I'll say this.
in 3, there's like, little red glowing things every so often you'll find in a stage, and oh hey, that's a secret mission. In 4, there's like notes, like kind of like scribbled note type of things, like stuck with a knife into like a wall or a pillar or something. In 5, it's like a sigil that you have to stand in a certain place and look at from a certain angle to complete.
Yeah.
I'm not a
But-
big fan of
Pretty
those
cool.
ones.
Yeah,
It's
they can
cool
be a little
concept.
bit weird.
I mean, I like the idea of like, okay, shifting your
Yeah.
perspective. Like, that's neat. It's just some of the execution of it's a little
Wonky.
goofy.
Wonky,
Yeah.
Sometimes you really have to be paying attention to the environment to notice that there is like a sigil where you're walking around.
Yeah.
But then-
in,
Then there are some really, really obvious ones, like the first one you come across, where like most of a fucking hotel wall is plastered with demon blood.
Yeah, and it's like, just turn your camera like 20 degrees to the left, and you just hit A and go in.
Yeah.
in DMC Devil May Cry, I remember in the base. No, I'm just this is a this is
Yeah,
a thing
I
that's
know.
so funny.
We're gonna be bringing it up a lot.
I am
What's
curious
that?
to see how their secret. Oh, this is a Shirley Temple 7-Up.
Ooh.
What
Not
the
smoking.
fuck, America? What do I gotta do?
You gotta
Fuck
live
you,
in a
This
Canada.
motherfucker's got a Canada. He was just drinking a Canada Dry that had like cherry or something, and I'm like,
Cherry,
that
yeah.
has our
That's what-
name. That's ours, you fucker.
Yeah,
Give
hey.
it back. I've never seen that here.
You gotta live in a country of lower standards.
God damn it.
Dumb.
Anyway, so you were saying, Gabe?
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
my first
In
cigarette for
DMC Devil May Cry, when they first launched the game, you had to get color or coordinated keys to certain doors. So there was iron key, silver key, whatever they were, and
Okay.
certain levels had different doors of different rankings for different secret missions you can unlock. But then when they released the definitive edition, they were like, no one wants to have to find these keys that can only be used once per door type. So we're just going to make them all the same key type. And so they changed it. So instead of being more kind of like forced, where you have to replay the levels over and over until you find the key, until you get the door open, now you can just kind of casually play through the game and like explore and see if you find the doors. Some of them are obvious, some of them are hidden pretty well.
It'd be nice if there was a
only
toggle
one
for that.
key.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, it
because
would.
the 4 special edition has a toggle that lets you just create a save file like as it originally was.
Oh,
Which is
yeah.
cool,
I
but-
did not know
About
that.
I don't really know why you would do that, but hey,
I
it's
will
cool that it's
say,
an
like,
option.
As I also appreciate, because obviously that game's gimmick has like the angel and devil weapon coding.
Yes, LT and
Some of the
Yes.
missions are LTRT, yeah. Some of the secret missions are mostly to like teach you those mechanics, so they're kind of underwhelming, but it's like they're fine. I prefer those over some of the other ones. Like there's a lot in DMC 3 that I find kind of annoying. Like the one where you have to what was it? You have to destroy every background object
Oh,
in the
fuck.
level.
Yeah,
within a
that's
certain
one of the
amount
early
time.
ones. That one's rough.
Yeah. And
My-
it's like, this is not fun.
My least favorite, I think, in 3. We'll get to my least favorite in the series when we get to that game. But
Yeah.
my least favorite in 3, I think, would be the Final Ascent. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. The last secret
That's the last
mission
one, yeah.
as Virgil. It is horrible.
It's
Platforming
like
with
the
Virgil
same
is
Catherine.
genuinely painful.
Platforming in these games in general is a little bit fucking rough.
It can
way-
be fine.
Yeah.
It
When
can
you
be
do that
tolerable.
that
but usually,
huge leap up and then sudden fall down, it's like really heavy fucking platforming.
yeah.
I remember in order to do that one, because you can't air hike, you have to kick off the wall and then do an air kick and then start the aerial rave combo and then stop and then land on the other wall and hold yourself and figure out what you need to do to get higher. And it's like
Sounds like
It's
Super Meat Boy.
Yeah.
It was
Kind of.
it was so bad that I genuinely on the Switch version I still do not have a full health bar as Virgil.
Yeah.
fair.
I-
Very fair.
I'm one of those ones. I do the secret rooms when I see them, but typically I'm actually here for the story and just playing around with the world and all that. I'm weird.
That's fair.
I'm
They
I mean,
fucking casual.
I mean,
That's
hey,
okay.
kind of am.
Devil May Cry games have some pretty good stories.
Yeah.
This one, I guess,
People
getting
wrote them off for a long time because they're like silly and edgy or whatever, but it's been like the last decade at least, people have finally been given it more due.
But weirdly, I
Yeah,
do think it took the reboot and then the HD collection, like the backlash and the healing
Yeah.
salve, to really get people back in. That's my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
And the reboot does have a pretty fuck awful story, but we'll get there.
It's a
Yeah,
good
we'll-
story. We'll get there too.
The story in this
Oh.
game, bringing us back to DMC1,
Yes.
it's fine. It's serviceable. It
Yeah.
is also
Very straightforward.
incredibly cheesy, and I love it.
Yes.
I was only the one to fill your dog slow with light.
Light! The voice
Yeah,
crack
he-
is so important
He
there.
hits that voice crack so hard, it's like a fucking audible shotgun. I love it.
It's great.
Yeah, there's this bit in the end, going back to the English, where like Trish has this really weird like talk with Dante as they're escaping the island. And it is one of the few moments in the game that is painfully cheesy. Not like,
Ooh.
oh my god, this is amazing, but more like, oh geez, oh god,
Do you
please
remember
stop.
the quote, or like, what is it
Oh.
exactly?
The thing that broke me was something like, oh, and the next time the world is endangered by demons, you'll be there, Dante, and your sidekick, referring
Yeah.
to herself.
And then
Which,
Yeah.
no, do not refer to yourself as a sidekick for anything, ever.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, some people have that pure sidekick
That-
energy. Yeah, I get it.
Listen, yeah, but just don't call yourself that. Say like, oh, you're a business partner, something
Or-
like that,
or-
because
it's-
that puts
yeah.
you in like Robin shoes, you
Yeah,
know?
to steal a quote
Yeah.
from the movie Sky High, your hero's support.
Well, Trish also doesn't really have sidekick energy.
Little
That
bit.
really
She
is
really
more
doesn't.
Nero later.
Oh,
and
yeah, it's
Yeah.
way more
Honestly,
Nero.
not even then.
Maybe
Like
Lady,
they
actually. Lady kind of
Or-
like,
no, absolutely not, lady.
Ladies
Well,
not
I don't
a
think
sidekick.
I don't think
Yeah.
anybody has like sidekick energy.
Maybe
honestly.
Nico.
Well, yeah,
Actually, kinda,
that's fair.
yeah.
Yeah, Nico is the sidekick though.
No,
she
no,
literally
she's
is.
well, she's kind
your
of the
support.
cute.
She's like the tech guy. She's the
Yes.
Futaba, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
Cigarette one,
so
one.
I guess I'll go
DMC
ahead
has
and
a lot of silly stuff. Like the plot isn't. It is quite serious. It's trying to be serious,
Yeah.
but there's also just a lot of stuff where if you stop and think about it for more than like a minute, you're like, why
Well,
would they
hold
do
up.
that?
Yeah, it's like,
Well, for the uninitiated who are just listening to this because they're
I
crazy.
should go
Well,
ahead and say,
Yeah.
yeah, we are going to be spoiling aspects of all 5
Of
games and
everything.
possibly the reboot. So
even the reboot.
For-
yeah.
for the
Definitely
first
the
two-
reboot. I got some choice moments from the reboot I want to spoil.
for the first 2 games, the stories are straightforward enough. Like there's only like 1 or 2 twists in the first one and a singular
Yeah.
twist. Well, no, there's 2 twists in the second one. 2 very, very unimportant twists.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
One of
Yeah,
which-
them's-
one of-
One. So yeah,
like one kind of moderately plot crucial twist, and then one that's just like, okay, that's kind of dumb and silly, but whatever. It is a twist, technically. Coin.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm.
I'll recommend to everyone if you're at this point, you're 25 minutes in and still haven't played these. Pick them all up. You can find them on every platform
They're
except
probably
for
gonna be
Prime.
on sale for fucking Christmas or whatever on
Yeah.
Steam. You know,
Grab the HD collection,
Keep an eye
4,
out.
5, maybe the reboot if you're into that kind of thing. Only
Five's
the
usually pretty
Yeah.
cheap.
only the
The
definitive edition.
The DMC definitive is usually like $10 or less Canadian.
Yeah, it's super cheap
It was
normally.
$5
And
just on Xbox.
It's surprisingly worth it. People have really turned around on that game, but we'll get to it.
Yeah.
So
Again,
Tristan,
we'll get to it. Yeah.
tell
So,
us the plot of DMC1.
Okay. So Dante is just chilling in his office. Devil May
Well, it's
Devil May
unnamed at
Cry.
that point, isn't it? Or no, it is Devil May Cry.
No,
at that point.
it's
I'm
May
thinking-
Cry.
I'm thinking of 3. My bad. I'll be
Yeah.
quiet.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to
You're good.
gotta get my
Such great neon sign. I love that.
get my shit together with my camera. I had to show off the sign. It's obligatory. So Dante's chilling in his office, Devil May Cry. And a woman just kind of, well, he gets a call and he's like, "Oh, hey, you don't have the password. Fuck you." And then a woman
Such a
just
great
kind
way
of
to do
crashes a
business.
motorcycle through his door.
Yeah.
And
Straight up. Just
yeah, and he reacts so nonchalantly, like, "Oh yeah, you got to piss? Go on, it's in the back." And then she like says, "Oh hey, you're Dante. I know about your past and shit." And then she throws his sword through his chest, and she tries to throw her motorcycle at him. And
But
Dante,
she can
like,
somehow also just do. I
yeah,
guess.
she also has lightning powers. And Dante shoots the motorcycle out of the air, stands up, pulls his sword out of his chest, and like defeats Trish. But then Trish stands up and says, "Hey, I'm not your enemy." I guess, despite all the evidence to the
Seems like it.
contrary.
Yeah.
it's like
And then she takes her sunglasses off, and only just then, Dante notices that she's the spitting image of his mother.
yeah.
So they go to Malay Island, spelled like mallet, but it's Malay because it's like Italian
Malay,
or
yeah.
French or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like
It's meant to be
Malay.
One of those foreign countries. Yeah.
Yeah, but Trish goes on ahead, and she isn't seen for half of the game, and
Yeah, she
Dante
fucks
goes
off for a
and
bit.
explores the castle. He fights like a panther thing. He gets stabbed in the chest by another sword, and then just takes it. Fights a big spider, and then he fights this reflection guy in the mirror, who steps out of the mirror, and he like fights like Dante. And then when he's got Dante like defeated, Dante's amulet falls out of his like neckline chest thing. And oh no, this demon guy's reacting to it.
Yeah,
What
so-
could that be about? This
and
this
his name is I forgot.
Nello Angelo.
Nello Angelo. Yes.
Not Nero Angelo. Nello Angelo. Thank you, English.
No.
But the amulet in question, if you played Devil May Cry 3, you know that Dante and his brother Virgil have a matching set as gifts from his parents.
Yes.
Ava.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a little bit absolutely wiped.
You're
Sorry
good.
for that. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
I also played this a little while ago, and the details are kind of fuzzy. I did it all in one morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So after going through the rest of the castle, he fights Nello Angelo one last time. I'm skipping a lot here, but most of it really isn't relevant.
No.
Yeah. Most of it is just video game gameplay shit.
a lot
Yeah,
of it
like,
is we need to
There's
set
a bit
up
of
fight.
there's a bit of banter.
The important
Dante says
moment
"flock
in
off,
the-
Featherface" to a bird.
Yeah, the important moment in the plot where he fights the big spider, you know.
Yeah. So Dante fights Nello Angelo one last time. And Nello Angelo takes off his like weird horned helmet face thing, and he looks suspiciously like Dante. And Dante, of course, doesn't bring any attention to this. He just kind of fights him. And then in the end,
He's like, yeah. All right.
in the end, when Nello Angelo is defeated, he like collapses back into the demon world or something. He disappears, and all that's left behind is an amulet just like Dante's. And then the amulets fuse together, and then Dante's sword turns into his super sword that his father once wielded.
Oh yeah.
And then
that sword. Just
In the-
wait, yeah, here we go.
at the end of the exact same mission, immediately after that, it is revealed that Trish is actually a secret double agent for the Demon King Mundus.
Yes.
Ooh.
Right.
That's it. Those are your twists.
Yes.
Well,
So
she was created by
Yes,
Mundus. And
created
so is,
by
like,
him in the
and so it's
exact
like, this is my mission.
the
Yeah.
exact image of his mother.
And then of Dante's mother.
Yeah. So they fight. They separate from each other, and then at the final fight, I think they get back. They get back together as a group to take him down. Right?
No, not quite. Trish gets captured by Mundus.
Okay.
Because Dante spared her because he looks like her mother. She looks like her mother, sorry. And then, Dante goes into the demon world and he finds Mundus's chambers. And Mundus is just kind of sitting there like, hey, I captured you. I captured Trish. If you come and fight me, I'll fucking kill her. And she sacrifices herself for him. And then he says, I was going to be the one to fill your dark soul with light. And I clap. Because it's funny.
I clapped some American and theater.
And then immediately after that, he leaves.
I think it's... Yeah, well, real quick, I forgot the final boss. So final boss happens. The first stage is a fucking shoot 'em up. Thanks, Hideki Kamiya. It comes out of nowhere. You do not get like an explanation. Here are the shoot 'em up controls, like you do with like the underwater missions that kind of suck.
Yeah. It just kind of
you just get thrust into a shoot 'em up, and I was playing through. I just kind of decided to play through all of the Devil May Cry games, just because.
Yeah.
And
that was before we even decided to do this.
Yeah, I was just like, hey, I'm doing this. Y'all wanna?
I was like,
But
sure, fuck it.
But when I played, I managed to scrape through by the skin of my teeth, only because I had a full devil trigger bar when I went into the fight.
Ooh.
It is rough.
For anyone who doesn't know, Devil Trigger is a super powerful mega form where they just become like epic anime fighters and can
Designed by Kazuma Kaneko, right? Or was that the third game?
Only in Devil May Cry 3, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Only 3, yeah.
Because they're both half demon, Virgil and Dante, they both have devil triggered forms. And anyone else who may be half demon or half human, sorry, I had to
tends to have one.
that.
Cough.
There are a few good devil trigger forms in the series.
Oh, for sure.
Dante and
for
Virgil.
sure.
But
I was gonna say though, immediately after the fill your dark soul with light.
Real quick, just gonna really quick finish up the final fight. So when you do go into Devil Trigger mode, you turn into a fucking dragon and take a big chomp out of Mundus, which I think is funny and cool. And then the second phase is like he's in a lava pit and you gotta jump on these platforms that go up to hit him. It's honestly not a bad final boss. Just the first stage is baffling.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say at this moment, after having the super cool super sword, he has the super sword and he has it and it's all perfect and it's so powerful. And then Trish sacrifices herself, and then he's like, "Well, damn, I better just leave this sword and amulet with you now that you're lying here dead. Oh well," and then leaves.
Demon world. Demon world. It is made exclusively clear, to be fair, in other media, but it's made exclusively clear that this sword is like crucially important to not be in like the hands of people who would seek its power. But Dante just leaves it there.
Well, the island was gonna crumble, wasn't it?
That's the thing. He was in the demon world when he was doing that.
Oh shit! Yeah.
He just leaves it
in bad place to leave it.
The amulet. With the amulet.
It's like here's a new.
So maybe the game don't have the best plot. I mean,
well,
you know,
that's the thing. It's Devil May Cry 1. You know, the first two
They were
games
figuring
really
out-
don't have the best plots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Especially the second game, yes.
The
We'll get
second
to
game
that.
was interesting.
So then, you know, Dante has to like run away and get out of the demon world and get off the island.
He's got to get on a speedboat with the president's daughter. I'm mixing up the games again.
Yeah.
God damn it. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
Give me a sec. I went quiet and deaf for a sec.
Do you want to pause real quick or?
No.
Okay.
It's fixed. Just if you need to use my audio, there's a little pause in it. Just try to sync it up as best you can.
Yeah.
So, you have to escape the island, and it's eerily reminiscent of another escape sequence from an early to mid 2000s Capcom game that was in development for a while under the name of Resident Evil 4.
Let's say I have no idea what I just referenced. What are you talking about?
But so you get to the castle sewers, and then Mundus just bursts through a wall. He's still alive. The final fight is inside the fucking castle sewers.
Yep.
And, you know, you fight him. He's kind of easy, to be honest, in his final form. And then Trish just kind of shows up and helps you. Just cuz, you know.
Yeah, fuck it.
She got better.
Yeah.
She recovered
So-
from dying. It's perfectly natural, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it happens. So, there after Mundus is defeated, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna come back and fucking kill you, you bitch." And Dante's like, "Yeah, okay, all right. Tell my son I said hi, stupid." And then Dante and Trish, just, you know, very completely unaware of the fact that I have 3 more minutes left on the clock because I absolutely kicked Mundus's ass. They said, "Oh, geez, we can't get out. Whatever will you do?" And then magically, a plane that's in one of the rooms up higher in the castle just falls through the floor in perfect flying condition, and you fly it out in another flying segment that absolutely sucks. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
It is, again, also eerily reminiscent of Resident Evil 4. Even the scene where you fly out of like the cave system that you're going through to a large, wide open ocean, and you talk to the female lead about the future. It is shocking how similar those two are.
Damn.
Yeah.
And that's Devil May Cry. They get together, they become business partners. Not they get together in the platonic sense.
Yes.
Then
They're friends.
it'd be kind of weird if Dante was fucking somebody who looked like his mom. To be honest,
Yeah.
Kind of really fucking weird.
And I don't think Dante thinks about sex. I think he just likes to shoot shit.
He doesn't. He thinks about sex
he does.
exclusively as like, oh, that's that scary thing that I don't want to think about.
All the coolest video game protagonists are virgins.
He is absolutely a virgin.
Kiryu, fucking Dante.
Yeah,
Leon. No, Leon isn't a virgin, but that's not his choice.
Yeah, well,
things just kind of happened with Ada one day. You know,
100%. She like kidnapped
Chris
him.
is, though. Chris is absolutely.
Chris is
a virgin.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
Claire
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, no, Barry canonically has children. Shit.
Yeah. Bobby Barry seemed like a dad in the first game, though. So
Yeah, he's
That makes
got
sense.
dad energy.
yeah, he seemed like
My,
already a father of 2 by that.
My thing is showing all green. Can you guys hear like background noise?
Not really.
I can hear faintly, but
Okay, all right, hang on. Let me fix that.
here, tell you what, real quick, let's pause.
Me too.
We're back. Hey.
Hi, we had some mild technical issues.
Yeah,
I should have been the one to fill your technical issues BRB with light, but I wasn't.
Very sad. So, getting off the topic of video gaming's greatest versions.
Yes.
So there are a couple more things that I wanted to talk about with Devil May Cry, just real quick.
Okay.
The underwater sections, there are a good deal of them, but they suck and they're really short. So, you know, just make sure you pick up the needle gun. You know, look up a guide, show you where it is. They're just kind of,
Yeah.
like they're definitely not deal breakers. There really aren't enough of them, and they're not long enough to like really affect the game in a major way. One other thing I wanted to talk about is like specifically related to the continuity of the games themselves. So the canon order of the games is the release order, but take DMC3-1, DMC3, what the fuck? Take DMC3 and put it at the beginning.
Yep.
So it's Devil May Cry 1, 2, well, sorry.
You're good.
This is not less confusing.
3, 1, 2, 4.
No, 2 wasn't the end, wasn't it?
No, they recently
No.
changed that. But
It's
it's
3, 1, 2, 4. Yeah.
3, 1, 2, 4, 5.
Yes, 5 as well. Yeah.
Which,
But
intriguing, because I always thought it was supposed to be, well, the original interpretation was 3, 1, 4, 2, right?
yeah, they changed that recently, a little bit before the release of 5.
Which I guess makes sense, because in 2, Dante does look, I think he looks older than he does in 4, so
No, for 4, he definitely looks a little bit older, and also, I think it's because the main thing is that Dante is just kind of really, serious and edgy in 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I kind of read that as he's just really fucking bored with his job
It's like,
That's
because
fun.
the game's boring. It makes sense.
yeah, should we,
Diegetic.
yeah. Did you
Well,
have more with
real
one?
quick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just a couple more things, mostly related to story. So, in 3, they do retcon a few things from 1.
Mhm.
In fact, in the very beginning, it said that Dante lost both his brother and his mother to Mundus's demons,
Yeah.
and it specifically said 20 years before. And what DMC3 retcons is that they knew each other for a little while after that. They ran into each other a few times and, had a little bit of beef.
Yeah,
But
tiny
it's
fat. As
a bit of an interesting point coming from that slight discontinuity. I mentioned it really briefly earlier, is that Dante really doesn't react at all to Nello Angelo being Virgil. Like at all. Like even after like even after, the amulet falls down from when he fucking disappears, Dante just picks it up, and I think like a really short snippet of a flashback is heard, and then it just goes to the next scene where they fuse together. That's it.
Yeah.
It's very abrupt.
They didn't have everything planned out at that point. Hey.
Even then, though, I think in context, it does make sense that he doesn't recognize him, given the canon at the time. But the fact that he doesn't even say anything about the amulet, it's strange, but not in like a hugely jarring way,
Yeah.
Maybe he's just internalizing it,
Exactly.
And one other point.
All right.
Mundus did say that he will return. That could just be a bluster, but I mean, he's open for Devil May Cry 6.
He's open for a sequel. There you go.
Yeah.
Hasn't
Love
happened
to
yet.
leave a loose end untied for future.
Well, yeah, let's say
Unless, we'll see what happens.
technically. Ooh.
Well, hopefully Devil May Cry 6 exists and will be good.
Here's open.
So before we get into that,
Yes.
I just want to really quick do a quick drip check if I can find a decent photo of Dante. I've decided to do a quick drip check for everybody. I guess we're just gonna have to.
Yeah, I think you may have to go like onto his, because I think on the profile page for the character you can see like the gallery for each game.
Donte, please.
Donte.
So yeah, gallery
The
there.
demon hunter.
Yeah, there we go. Binti, please.
Yes.
We'll just head back to the homepage here. Come on, Breeze Wiki. Come on.
Breeze Wiki's not breezing today.
That's okay. It's better than fucking fandom.
It sure is.
So,
Yeah.
Dante Devil May Cry 1 CG render. Check out that fucking drip.
Oh,
It's kind of low res, but long coat, red pants. A bit of an interesting choice, red pants, but I dig it.
Yeah.
Cool boots, a nice fucking what'd you call that? A waistcoat?
It looks like a
Something like
mixture
that?
of like 3 different anime characters. He's like Helsing mixed with like Vash the Stampede a little bit,
He's a little bit of
and
Alucard
like
there.
a little bit of something else going on.
Yeah.
The rolled up sleeves with the black undershirt. Shit looks cool, man. It's
pretty
just
that's a
great.
good
cool.
design. I always like it with the sleeves up.
It's not too over designed either. It's like pretty consistently. It's just like a couple of simple colors, and
That's pretty slick.
it's not too many like
Yeah.
fucking pizza cutter swords and belt buckles.
Oh,
Yeah,
we'll get there.
Typical.
Yeah, pretty solid drip. A plus. We'll just head back to Dante's gallery.
Yeah, 'cause we're gonna have to,
We'll come
touch
across
on him and Lucia next one.
yes, because next, unless either any of y'all have something to say about DMC one.
No.
I really don't. It's a fun
DMC
game.
2 best DMC game, not Dante's best in game. He shoot.
That he does. Yeah, DMC2, it feels like an overcorrection in a weird way. It feels like they got a note that was like it should be edgier.
I heard
Yes.
that it started development before DMC 1 was even released. And
That would make sense.
I mean,
eventually they toned down the difficulty a lot after player surveys came back in, like
yeah.
mid-development.
One was relatively easier.
It was pretty difficult.
Like, well, it was
It's,
easier than one, is what I should say.
Hmm?
This game is easier
Well,
than one. I kind of
this game is by far easier. My God.
Yeah.
DMC 2 is absolutely memed on as the game where all you have to do is press fucking square to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know if that's exactly true, but most of it
Yeah.
can be cheesed by just
70%.
holding your guns out.
a good deal of it is easily cheesed by
Which,
weapons.
to be fair, like,
yeah.
It's kind of balanced the way you'd think it would be. Like, yeah, the guns are gonna kind of fucking kill things. It does kind of make everything easier, but like, not really.
They also
conducive
juggle
to-
enemies very easily, which is insane.
It's one of my favorite parts about DMC2 is the juggling. It's just, yeah, you can just...
You can just stand in place, shoot, and they'll just go whoa, fly up into the air. That's how they achieved flight in the Devil May Cry universe, don't you know?
Nice.
The Wright brothers
Dante,
did shit with Dante.
yeah, Dante he met up with the Wright brothers one day and said, "Hey, you want to fly?"
I'll teach you a lesson.
He shot the wings of the plane. It was great.
So yeah, DMC2 is weird because it's somewhat ambitious. It's the Resident Evil 2 situation of 2 characters, 2 discs.
Fuck you, fandom.
Fucking Breeze Wiki. Van fan.
No, this is fandom's fault.
Ugh.
Yeah, DMC2 is
No.
the one that introduces a different playable character for the
Yes,
first
2
time.
playable characters.
2 playable characters,
And-
1 Lucia, 1 Dante. Mostly the same game, a little shorter on Lucia's end. I feel like
I never-
Yeah. Lucia has a
Yeah.
few different missions, but it all kind of blends together.
Yeah.
I never hear anything positive or really all that negative about Lucia. She's just kind of no one cares about her.
She's,
No
I
one
care
ever
about
really-
it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
she's
Okay.
kind
It's fine.
I would say that her story of like like how her character exists and what her character is kind of a retread of Trish in a way.
Yeah.
She's also
Yeah.
birthed of
Demon.
Yes.
She be a demon.
She doesn't really show up again in the canon as far as I know, right? This is
No, I think she appears in
No.
a single prequel novel to DMC 5
Oh.
for like a chapter.
damn. I mean,
Yeah.
she's got
Let me-
great design. She's an interesting enough character. I would have
See if I can get a screenshot.
I would have been intrigued to see.
Yeah,
where
no,
they would've
just DMC2 and the DMC5 prequel manga thing.
went. Yeah.
book. Because there was a book and a manga for DMC5, I remember.
Yeah, it's like
She wasn't in Visions of E, if that's what you're talking about.
No, you're right. So
Who's
she
the
was
other
only in
one?
the book then.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the book.
There we go. I can't pull it up on
Before
fandom,
Nightmare.
but you don't see
Before
everything with it. Look there she is. It is Lucia. I like
Yes.
her.
She's got a wonderfully crazy outfit. She's got 2 of these like big ass daggers.
Curved daggers, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like
Let me see if I can get a slightly different one.
her combat is interesting enough, but the biggest problem is it's just kind of a split story.
It definitely is the exact same as Dante's combat, except her daggers are like they act a bit different, and
Yeah.
also she has a lot better mobility, which kind of
Yes.
makes it better just by default.
I
If you
see.
can put her in Dante's missions and have that same structure, because I think her structure is it a little weaker? I'm not.
There she is.
Yeah,
There's also Trish. She's there.
she's
there, yeah.
in too. Also,
She isn't in 2, but she's playable in 2,
yeah,
which is
that's not like I forgot how you unlock her.
you beat the game on hard,
Okay,
Yeah, the
which you got to play through the game twice, which is a very tall order.
it's a lot to ask.
The
Um,
character design for Dante in 2, it's interesting because like in
It
the
is his best
game,
outfit, in my opinion.
yeah, in this render and like the outfit is really cool, but then you see like the box art version of him like in that meme you made, and he just
He's got like omega pores.
He looks like
yeah,
a
I mean this
goober.
has obviously been altered a little bit, but like
I made him a Sigma.
he reminds me of like Vincent Valentine or something. Like they thought he was a vampire
Yeah.
or something. He's all pale and like he I guess he's supposed to be a demon or something. Maybe that was the directive and they I don't know, but like yeah, Lucia looks great. The outfit looks really cool. I do think it is like one of the best Dante outfits for sure.
I feel like the outfit was actually made by a company, and I'm trying to look this up because I'm certain it
Oh,
was.
for
Not-
sure.
Not the outfit itself, but there are Diesel collaborative unlockable costumes.
That's what I was
Right,
thinking of. I
neat.
thought that Diesel had made the outfit. That's my bad.
Yeah,
Nah,
I heard
just
about that. That's very strange.
yeah, just the alts. Actually, so before we get into the actual quality of the game, because I do have a lot of stuff to say about it, both good and bad.
Yeah.
But Devil May Cry 2 surprisingly has a lot of content. Because it does come on 2 discs, and those 2 discs really could have just been one. But even still, it has like over 30 missions if you count both Dante and Lucia, something like that. I'll probably flip flop between pronunciations. I don't fucking care. But I'm pretty sure her name isn't said in game. I might be
can't
wrong.
remember. So yeah,
I don't remember.
you might be right.
I've played
I
it
can't
most
remember first-
recently, and I don't remember either.
I mean, I played 2
I think
hours
you
of
may
it.
be right.
I can't remember the
But-
first couple hours. So
But
You
like,
might be right. I don't remember them ever saying her name.
I'll have to. Well, I'm not gonna. I might look it up, maybe.
it'll be in the comments if we do.
if I decide
Yeah,
to
sure.
check. But it has like around. I want to say like 36 missions. I'm probably wrong.
If you count
But it's like
both,
hovering
I think
or-
it's both. Yeah.
It's a lot more than the standard 20 that
Look, so I
most
know
DMC games have.
I was looking for the walkthroughs because I was wanting to see the mission amount. I know Lucia has 14. Could not tell you the amount Dante has off the top of my head.
18.
So yeah, she's got 14.
Mm.
So 32. Okay.
Yeah, it's a solid amount
Okay,
of missions.
close enough.
There's
So yeah,
there's
like-
a bit of overlap at times, but there's not.
It's
Too
it's
much.
bigger than the standard Devil May Cry game for sure. It
Funny
also has
enough-
Bloody Palace, the first game to introduce it.
Yes, which is a staple.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been in every game since except base game Devil May Cry 3.
And
Okay.
basically
And-
DMC because it came as DLC.
Yeah, well that
And
doesn't
base game
really
DMC,
count.
Yeah.
yeah, the base game doesn't.
but
True.
but it also has a pretty large amount of unlockable costumes. So you have the original costume for both characters.
Yep.
You have 2 alts,
Okay.
a third alt for Lucia, and then Trish for both like characters. And the alts are, I think, the DMC one outfit for Dante, a Diesel outfit for Dante, 2 Diesel outfits for Lucia, and then in the plot, Lucia is a demon made by a man named Arius to serve as like a personal bodyguard for him, and she's like a failed like version of them. And if you beat the game, I think on Dante Must Die, I think you can unlock her as playing as one of those bodyguards, which I think is pretty cool.
shit.
Yeah.
Pretty large amount of stuff for a game that's not good.
Kind of weak.
No.
Kind of rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very rough around the edges. Yeah.
Very rough.
Rough inside the
Also,
edges, too.
yeah, inside the edges.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe I'm
In the
being
center.
a little too generous.
All throughout, really. But
we should explain the plot real quick, though. 'Cause
well,
some
I kind of
plot
want to get
stuff.
into the gameplay first.
Okay.
But I will say the reception first. It is overhated. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not like a
It's not
bad game.
yeah, it's not horrendous. It's
It's
not like fucking.
It's like
it's not a
Dark
shitload of
Souls
fun.
2.
Yeah, where it's rough. It's the weakest part of a franchise in my.
But in a
lot of
good
people's minds.
franchise. It's Silent Hill
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's more accurate. I'll co-sign that.
I would probably say like Homecoming,
No,
Well-
Origins.
Origins.
Actually,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
Origins.
like Origins or Shattered Memories, something like that.
No, Shattered Memories is. You know what?
Well,
I'll save
it's
it
still
Shattered
That's
made
the one I
by
was
the
thinking
same.
about.
It
That's
is
the one I
still
was
made
thinking
by the
about.
same people who made the original, right? I know the director.
No. No,
So-
it was an entirely different team.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
they didn't have Hideki Kamiya come in and help at
Yeah.
all. In fact, the
Yeah.
original team was not even aware about the production of DMC2 until someone from the other team came and said, "Hey, can we have like some of your documents from DMC1? We're making the sequel over here.
It's like, yo,
Kind of
let's
need some of that."
pass it over. Let's help.
Yeah.
So it's rough, but I do think it's overhated. It's not a like shit. It's not a shitload of fuck. Rather, fucking have a diarrhea shit Sunday or whatever. It's
Yeah.
just boring and not very deep. Which I mean, given that this is a DMC game, that's basically the worst crime you could commit, other than like outwardly being offensive to your audience or something like that. Cough, cough.
Hey, we'll
But-
get there. We'll get there.
I tricked you, actually. I tricked you. I played a clever trick because this is actually the worst game because it's the only one where Dante doesn't get stabbed by his own fucking sword.
I think if you get stabbed by a sword of a reboot.
I'm right. No, he doesn't in this game. I'm
No.
right. He gets
Yeah.
stabbed he gets stabbed by his own sword in every other Devil May Cry game, except this one.
Well, they didn't know they wanted to make it a recurring element yet, maybe. Although
Listen,
it does
listen,
happen
this
at least twice in the first game, right?
Yes, twice.
So it's like
if
already
you
a
count
running gag.
Alastor, if you count Alastor as his own sword, then yes, twice.
Mm.
But this is the only one where it doesn't happen, and it's also, you know, the worst game in the main series. Really makes you fucking shit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really
scratch
makes
my
me
head.
piss.
So, yeah, it's too easy, and it has that weird issue where it's not really that deep, but it has a weirdly high skill ceiling, specifically because of the weird directional combos that it has that it
Yeah.
just doesn't tell you about.
Yeah, I've heard something
Yeah.
about that.
Apparently, they're not in the manual.
Oh.
Basically, so you hit triangle a few times, and then
Yo. We're back. Sorry for technical difficulties again, folks.
bit of a funny technical issues. What was I
Bane
saying?
fucked the dog there on that one a little bit. But
So
it's
anyway,
okay.
Damn it.
as I was saying, so you hit triangle a bunch, and then after the last hit in your combo, you hit a direction, and you do like a fucking special move for that direction. That's
Yeah,
it,
I did notice it was,
and
really
it doesn't
hard to
tell you
do-
about it.
It was really hard to do things that I remember doing in 1 and 3.
Oh, you just can't.
Yeah,
Mm.
Like it's a
Genuinely,
completely different
some things
combo
are
system,
so
unless you play as Trish. She has all of Dante's moves from the original Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
It doesn't make the game much better, but it is better.
It's still
So,
giving
hey.
you what you remember. Which
Interesting.
You can still do the, triangle, triangle, pause, triangle, 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 with the
Yep.
million stab, which I fell back on a lot more than I probably should have. But
Well,
yeah,
I
it's
was using
just,
everything with the guns.
yeah.
yeah, well, I was gonna say, to our wonderful audience, if you decide that you ever want to play Devil May Cry 2, which, first of all, I would implore you to, at the very least, have played 1 and 3 and maybe 5 beforehand.
Start with 2, like, just out of
Yeah, do not.
curiosity.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Two
don't
is a
start
bad
with 2.
place to start. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a decent place to start difficulty-wise, but you're not really setting yourself up for greatness when it comes to the rest of the series.
You won't
I
help
feel like
you.
the remake would set you up better in a way, but not by much.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
I don't even know if I agree with that, but okay.
But mind you, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Hang on, this is breaking from a Finnish fuck, a Swedish shit, a Norwegian nasty. Apparently, we should do a Guitar Hero hyperfixation.
Actually, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah,
I think we've brought that up before.
that's you, silly. That's
Yeah.
you stupid. You're not even in fucking focus. That's your fault.
I vote yes to a Guitar Hero hyperfixate. I mean,
I'm all over Guitar Hero and Rock Band, obviously. I could
It's
talk.
Rock
That would be
Band,
like
yeah.
a 5-hour episode.
I'm
I'm
just-
so down.
it legitimately would. It'd be crazy, but we.
Yeah,
We
we
already
have to-
did that for like a half an hour on a recent numbered one.
We did.
did.
Anyway, so as I was saying, shit, what was this? Oh yeah, so if you decide to play Devil May Cry 2, dear viewer, oh simple, wonderful viewer of ours that I love so very much.
You're simple and stupid.
I didn't mean it like that. Please do not take the meme advice of just holding down square and shooting everything to death. I know that it's tempting. I know
It
that
really
it's
can
easy.
be.
It's a boring game, and you just want to be over with it as soon as possible. Don't do it, because here's the thing. If you engage with it on its own level, it's marginally better than if you literally just go through the game holding a single button. Because if you do that, you're asking to be disappointed, you're asking to have a boring game. So at the very least, try to, spam
Yeah, you're
sword.
not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna shoot.
It'll be very boring.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's. Oh, this is the game that introduced the dedicated dodge button.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So if you press, keep forgetting what the buttons are on PlayStation. Circle.
Yes.
Press circle. Dante does a cool little flip, or Lucia. They do a cool little flip, and you can do it in several different directions. And it's controversial, but I like it. I think it's fun. I think
There's
it's a
also
cool
wall
little.
running.
I do too.
Why is that controversial?
It is controversial because of the wall running.
Yes.
And
Oh.
I will be honest,
I
I
like the
hate
wall
the wall
running.
running.
Oh.
I hate the wall running specifically because dodge is mapped to the exact same button as interact.
I'll give you
Mm.
that. Yes, that is.
And
fucking
that
dumb.
makes
Yeah,
not only interacting with the statues of time, which we didn't mention, that's the way that you upgrade in these games.
Yes.
It not only makes those interacting with those a little bit of a hassle, but it also makes looking for secret missions infuriating.
Especially
Because
in
the
two.
secret missions are kind of too well hidden in DMC2 because they're just not really notable points in the environment, at least
Yeah.
for the most part.
One was a
Like-
one I remember the early areas that I hit randomly because I'm trying to get something else. There's a garage door that looks like it's already completely it's closed and it's half of it's covered by
Yeah.
shit. So you're like, all right,
Yeah,
don't think
I know that
it's
one.
gonna be
Yeah.
You
Mm.
hit it and
Yeah.
it's instantly a secret mission. I was like, what? Did I glitch the game? I had to look it up, and turns out no, I did it right.
Yeah, that's just where it is.
That's just where it is.
There's one that I particularly hate. I think it's right before that. It is a street leading down to a small crossroads leading to that area.
Yeah.
And there's just a single door on that street that's a secret mission, and it's not indicated which one of those it is. I was using a guide through this one to get all the secret missions just because I didn't want to have to do it,
You want to get
If
much
I-
you get
if I-
done in one playthrough. I get it.
Yeah, if I ever wanted to, go through the game to get all the achievements, I wanted to, get the full health, nip that shit in the bud.
Yeah, hard work done
But
early.
even the guide was like, "Oh, hey, it's this door." I wasn't sure which door it was, and I had to look at a fucking picture, and even then, I had to like fucking wall jump around for a little while before I fucking found it.
I kind of like
These,
doing YouTube videos for that, just because it's like, yeah, everything
yeah,
blends
that's fair.
in.
The secret missions in DMC2 are. I wouldn't mind if they were just a little bit more notable, and there was a better reward, because most of the time there are a lot of secret missions in DMC2. Most of the time, you don't even get a blue orb fragment for it. You get a fucking
Yeah.
health refill and devil trigger refill and maybe some red orbs. In the
Just-
game
And then they
where
send you on your way, and you're just like, oh, okay.
red orbs are somehow scientifically designed to be the least useful but also scarcest. It's incredible.
Yeah, I did notice how little you get. Like, I think I ended
Yeah,
like missions 5 or 6 with like at most 4,000 or 5,000, because after upgrading, like, you don't get shit. It's crazy.
yeah, and
No.
if you specifically if you decide you want to upgrade your weapons before getting blue orbs or purple orbs, the things that increase your health bar and devil trigger,
Yeah,
you're really not going to have much.
it's gonna be a little
You're
tight.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, but it really is a shame too, because like I like the visual design, and I'm pretty sure Devil May Cry 2 has the highest like enemy variety of any Devil May Cry game.
Just a lot of different
There
enemies.
there are a
Like,
lot of enemies. Like I went to the enemy file section of the menu just out of curiosity, and there were like a huge amount.
yeah,
Like maybe some of them
That's-
were like very very minor like reskins of other enemies, but like there were a bunch of new enemies. There were blades and phantoms from DMC1. There's a lot of stuff in it.
yeah. Are you checking out there, Gabe?
Yeah, and it's the game where you mostly just blast things with
There's-
your gun.
There's 13 lesser demons. However, there are up to 3 variations of several of them. So
Okay,
you're looking
alright.
at
Okay.
4, 7, 10, 13, 22 base enemies, and then like 14 bosses. Like, yeah, that's a lot. That's like way more than you'd expect when
DMC
you're
doesn't
playing.
usually. It usually has like a fairly limited enemy variety.
It's usually at most-
visually a lot of them are pretty similar. Like there are 3 different types of like magic using summoning enemies, for example.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they use different types of fucking magic. But even still, like the fact that there's a very large variety, even in the enemies that look exactly the same, it's cool. I like it.
Yeah.
And I mean, Dante
Oh,
looks fucking rad. Like this is genuinely my favorite looking, like at the very least, outfit that Dante has ever had.
Yeah, because that
And
Yeah.
if
that
you
looks so fucking cool.
if you look at the thumbnail, you can see that I have that mod installed in DMC5.
Oh hell yeah, old man
Oh,
Dante.
true. Yeah. Yeah.
It's really good. I really like it. And man, what else? There's a cool new Devil Trigger form. There's fucking Lucia's.
Yes. Do we want to go through like the?
I have
story?
I have thoughts about them, and none of them are pure.
Oh,
you know?
okay, I get that. I fully get that.
I have thoughts about it, and none of them are pure.
Finally, someone other than me cooming. Hell yeah.
But like, there's a cool new Devil Trigger form for Dante that it's kind of the precursor to Sin Devil Trigger in DMC5, and it's another one of those really obscure mechanics where if your health bar is just starting to flash red and you go into Devil Trigger, you get unlimited Devil Trigger for like a certain amount of time, and then it all depletes at once, and you have a much more powerful version of Devil Trigger. I think it's called like Majin Devil Trigger or Devil Trigger Majin or something like that.
Okay.
And I've never been able to pull it off intentionally, but it's it's cool. It's cool to use, and it makes me wish that there was a way to intentionally pull it off without having to get your health so low.
Yeah.
And thankfully,
Yeah.
DMC5 fixed that.
Shit.
Let me clear out some of my notes real quick.
Okay.
Let's get a dodge button. Don't just shoot. Visual design. Oh yeah, fuck the tanks and helicopters though.
Okay.
Speaking of the enemy
yeah.
variety and the visual design, there are infested tanks and infested helicopters. We'll get to the infested helicopter in just a second, but it's the worst boss in Devil May Cry history, and there's a little bit more detail to that, but we'll get to that in a sec. I think one of the main things that against it, other than the gameplay just being kind of dull and repetitive and kind of shallow, is that the environments are strangely big. Like,
yeah.
especially when you get into the city areas. Like, there's this large area. It's like a U-shaped area, and in the center, there's like a little tunnel that you start in. And then, like, at the top of the U, there is a single, like, door, and that's where you progress through. And you don't have to go through that U, and the only reward for going through that U is, like, a few red orbs.
Yeah,
and
there were a
I'm
few
pretty
places
sure
I noticed like that.
I'm pretty sure it's because they tried to make it more open, but they kind of ran into that issue that every single game at that time did: hardware limitations. And also, I think I heard this. I'm not sure how true it is, but I've heard this. They also didn't want to make an area inspired by New York City for a game that released in 2002. You know?
I think they did
Yeah.
that
I
really
can
for
see
a
that.
reason.
Yeah.
Although they did
Yeah.
still keep the demon that crashes through a skyscraper, so
Hell yeah, we just need
Hey,
to
listen.
Yeah.
good things never last.
Listen, Sonic Adventure was also allowed to go unchecked, so everything's fine, I guess.
That is cool
True.
boss fight, aside from the gameplay. It looks cool.
Yeah.
A lot of really cool looking fucking boss fights. The second to last boss fight looks like it's an amalgamation of all the bosses you fought before, which visually it looks fucking ugly, but it's a cool concept.
Yeah.
The Arius is a decent looking villain. He kind of looks like young Heihachi, like specifically young Heihachi.
Oh yeah,
shit.
he does kind of look like young Heihachi, doesn't he?
Do I
He's
have
got
a
the, like-
screenshot of him?
Good old Mishima.
Stupidly close my screenshot folder.
Damn.
Give a sec to load up. It's taking its sweet time. There we go. HD collection. Where are you, Arius?
Come on, Arius.
Yes.
We're all
Where are
waiting
you,
for you,
you
buddy.
stupid
Got a
bitch?
lighter.
Oh yeah, I did not take a single screenshot of him.
Yeah.
At least I don't
Damn.
think. Nope. Here he is. You don't really see him that well, but show on disc. Oh shit! I lost my place. Where is he? I'm a screenshot hound, so I take a lot of them.
Yeah,
There
you're
we
good.
go.
I don't blame you.
My screenshots folder for Devil May Cry 5. It took me like 10 minutes
Oh,
to scour through all of them to find a decent screenshot for this thumbnail, and I ended up having to take a new one. But like,
Yeah,
you can't
some of the
exactly
facial
see him
hair.
too well. The actual hair too.
Yeah,
just
and
you
the
can't really
eyebrows.
see
He has
it.
he has the like sharp eyebrow.
And it looks like
He looks a
Bam.
lot like he looks a lot like young Heihachi. I think that's cool. Shame about the story.
Yeah?
It's very weird and disjointed. The development was very rough.
Also disjointed.
Yeah,
It was a clusterfuck.
the executive producer, I think, basically chose to leave after it was very clear that they only had like a year left. I think less than that. And the game was fucking horrible. And then Itsuno, the man who basically made Devil May Cry 3 action game royalty, stepped in and turned a bad situation into a middling situation at best.
An acceptable situation.
Yeah, I mean,
best.
at least it released.
I mean,
At least it works. At least it
Would-
functions. At least it's not made of solid fecal matter.
I-
You
Yeah, I
put in
mean,
the
it's
disc and
not
it smells
like
like poo poo.
it's not like a game. It's sort of the inverse of a game like Sonic 06 or something, where it's like that game has really good foundations and like could have really been something great if they just didn't rush it super hard. DMC2, yeah, it plays like a video game and everything. It's just like everything
Technically,
about
yes.
it kind of sucks, and like it didn't. At best, it wouldn't have really been great, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's easier to look at this now in hindsight and see what it could have been, but I also feel like, considering it was kind of an 11th hour save, essentially, I feel like it could have been
It
far
turned
worse.
out it turned out a lot better than it probably should have.
Yeah.
Being,
yeah.
being completely honest.
But it's not really a surprise that it turned out this way when you look at the production itself, you know? It's not a thing where it's like, what? How could this have happened? It's like,
Yeah.
no, it's like this for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very rough.
This
But,
is a warts and all kind of game where it's like, to get it made, these are the warts. If you end up liking it, because there are people that like DMC2. I don't know too many of
People
them.
that enjoy
I don't-
it. Yeah.
I don't hate DMC2.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
Fine.
conceivably play it again.
I want to finish it before I eventually uninstall the collection. I want to replay all of them again, but
You're gonna play through Lucia's campaign too.
yep, it's
All
well,
right.
it is 4 missions shorter.
And I mean, it's an easy enough game.
Yeah, hey. But yeah, no, I mean, DMC2, it's not great, but it's also not. I think we mentioned before, it's overhated to a point.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
you have to think though, without this game and it being as relatively successful as it was, because it wasn't a flop.
It sold more than Devil May Cry 1.
Yeah, which hey, got us 3
Actually,
and everything after. that.
No, actually, I think I have that backwards. They sold less and less as time goes on. I think I'm wrong about that.
I think
Until 5, I think, right?
Yeah, I
until
think.
the
Well, no, I think
remake
4
and
sold a
5.
lot more
Well, 4 sold a good amount, and then I think
because it was also on 360 and
Yeah.
PC.
and PC.
Second Devil May Cry game to release on PC.
Second one on PC, first one on a console that wasn't PlayStation. I think at one point they were supposed to do like an original Xbox port, but I don't know if that has ever. I feel like it may have just been a rumor I heard, and I mean,
I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about it.
I feel
Capcom
like I've
didn't
heard-
do a ton on the original Xbox. Now that I think about it,
They did
Yeah.
Dino Crisis 3. That was great.
yeah, that may have explained
Yeah.
why they didn't do too much on the Xbox.
Yeah.
But
But,
360 was a different beast, and we got
It did.
later games.
It did.
Lost Planet.
Devil May Cry 2 did, I think, sell more than base game 3. Devil May Cry 3.
That makes sense, because I didn't play that game until
Yeah.
the special edition.
Devil May Cry 3 didn't sell well, I think. Yeah.
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 But just unless any of y'all have anything else to add, I have a few more side notes.
Well,
And then we can,
DMC2 best game. That's all I got.
Best-
Sorry.
Best DMC Dante, best he shoot.
He shoot.
I think it's still
Well,
worth
you're really
playing. I think
right.
it's still worth trying out.
Yeah.
But I
would
wouldn't
say-
like recommend it to people.
Yeah,
I would
it's
say,
not
yeah,
exactly
if-
good.
I guess
Yeah.
really quick, I have a bit of a controversial opinion in that I think if you want to play through the entire Devil May Cry series, either just pick one up that looks like you would enjoy it and play it,
Yeah.
or play them through in release order. Because
Honestly, I'd say that.
I played through them chronologically this past time that I've played them. And the thing is, if you play Devil May Cry 3 first, it kind of spoils you on Devil May Cry 1 and 2. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
not like 2 matters, but it spoils you on Devil May Cry 1 and it makes it a little bit harder to get into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in fact, I don't think we really need a plot summary for 2, if I'm being honest.
I will give the quickest, most concise, and also
Most reductive possible.
no, it's not reductive. I'm gonna tell you the plot essentially beat for beat as the the cutscenes go about it.
Yeah.
So Dante and Lucia meet up in like a train station kind of thing, or like a museum, and there's a map of Malay Island and a coin, I think. And they meet up, Dante slays a few demons, Lucia throws a knife into a map on not Malay Island, sorry, it's I forgot the name of the island. But it looks a little bit like
something.
It looks a little bit like Sardinia, I think, or maybe Corsica. One of the two, the smaller one.
Yeah, Corsica.
And yes,
Sorry.
and then Dante just kind of mysteriously appears on the island. I guess it's assumed that he travels there on top of a big clock tower, and he jumps down and fights through a bunch of enemies to an old woman's house. And then the old woman's house explodes when Dante and Lucia get there. But the old woman's fine. She comes out and she says, "We have to get all of the anima." And Dante's like, "All right, fuck it. All right, I guess." He flips a coin and he catches it. It's heads. He's like, "It's your lucky day, Grandma." And then she says, "I'll tell you a story about your father when you get back." So then Dante fights through some fucking ruins. He ends up in a city. After a little while, he appears at like an oil refinery, and Arius shows up in a helicopter. That's it's cool to see the main villain after all this time, I guess. Nothing much really happens there, and then they go to Arius's tower, and for Lucia, it's revealed that she's like a demon clone thing that Arius grew her, like from like a homunculus, and she was a failed project.
That's now the second time in a row that the DMC game has included a main female character who is a creation of the demon antagonist.
The main villain.
I think we got one more of that, technically.
Unless you're talking about the reboot, I don't think so. Well, technically, actually, you're right.
Yeah, that's the same.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But anyway, sorry. Where was I? So yeah, they go to Arius's tower, and Dante gives all of the fucking anima to Arius for some reason, and he's like, "All right, I don't give a fuck about this shit. This shit ain't nothing to me, man." And Lucia's like, "What the fuck did you do?" And then he says, "It's okay. We can stop them. It's fine. We got until the moon eclipses."
Yeah, I want a challenge.
And then they fight back up his tower, I guess. And then they defeat him at just the right moment, and it's revealed. Oh no, the anima coin that you don't even know is like a thing in this story at this point was replaced by Dante's coin that he fucking flips all the time for some reason, thus fucking up the ritual.
See,
and then
the writer understood the rule of threes at least. There's something there, I guess. I'll give him that.
It's not threes. There are four animas.
Well, I meant like referencing the coin, because it's like coin toss.
Times,
and then
there are two coin tosses, and then it's revealed that the coin is like, he swapped it.
There's
and
something
then
there. I'm trying to help.
Yeah, so the ritual fucks up. Everything goes to ruins, and Dante and Lucia are just like standing outside the big demon portal. And Dante's like, yeah, I'm gonna go and like stop this. And Lucia's like, no, I'm expendable. And then Dante's like, all right, listen, just to shut you up, if it's heads, I go. If it's tails, you go. He flips it, it's heads, and he goes like, hang on to my coin for me for when I get back. And then he goes and he fights an actually really decent final boss that's like actually a pretty good fight. Like actually, I would say worth playing through the game, at least on normal. And then, in the final cutscene, it's revealed, Dante's coin was two heads, so he had a kind heart all along.
Yes.
And then Lucia waits at Devil May Cry office for Dante, which only appears in this cutscene, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we didn't mention, in the first game, they renamed it to Devil
Never
Cry.
They renamed it to Devil Never Cry. and that's just dropped immediately.
Admittedly, I
Yeah.
would love to see in Devil May Cry 6 like a warehouse stock room with just replacement neon signs.
Yeah, Devil Never Cry.
It's
There it is.
and it's meant to be such an emotional thing because it ties to like a moment between him and Trish in the first game.
Yeah,
So you
the
close off
line
the game on that.
the line that shows up in I think every game except for Devils Never Cry, or at least is alluded to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a really powerful thing, but it's just it's a horrible name and it's never brought up again ever.
Yeah.
Completely forgot to mention that.
It's sometimes a rebrand doesn't work. It's like when TGI Fridays renamed themselves TGI Fridays.
Yeah.
It was weird. I don't know. I'm gonna cut that out probably. Continue. Sorry, Tristan.
Anyway, so another note. So this is chronologically the last game in the Devil May Cry timeline where Dante gets a shotgun during the game. So after the second main boss, I think it's a big tentacle thing. Dante a door just opens up and Dante finds a motorcycle and a shotgun in there, and he's like, "Find his keepers, baby."
Hey.
So he just rides his fucking motorcycle and it has a shotgun now. And in Devil May Cry 4, which takes place after this, Dante starts with his coyote shotgun, and same with 5. So I personally subscribe to the theory because it's after Devil May Cry 3, in the anime specifically, and Devil May Cry 4 and 5, it's a running joke that Dante kind of struggles to keep the lights on at DMC headquarters. And it's my personal theory and a few other people's that between each game, he has to sell all of the new devil arms that he got. And I really like the idea that during this game, he just picked up this shotgun and said, "I'm so fucking tired of selling every new shotgun that I get. I'm just going to keep this one. Okay? I'm only going to get like
a really
$100
good idea.
for it." Oh my God. So I think
respect
I think the coyote shotgun is the one that appears in DMC 2.
I think so.
And finally, the final note, the big thing. Devil May Cry has always had good music. We didn't really go over it in the last game, but there's some fucking bangers.
Oh,
Nello Angelo's battle music is genuinely a fucking bop. Public Enemy's really fucking good. Lock and Load is one of the best like standard battle music tracks that the entire game had, like the entire series has.
Yeah.
Like specifically not counting character themes, obviously.
Yeah.
And Devil May Cry 2 does have a pretty decent soundtrack, with one exception.
Yeah.
The worst track in Devil May Cry history.
Oh wait.
Hang on. The worst track in Devil May Cry history for the worst boss in Devil May Cry history. Let me land on this.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, so volume good on that?
It sounds loud and shitty.
Maybe slightly lower, just to
All right,
pinch.
turn it down just a tad.
Okay.
You need to be able to hear it. So this is bad. Just take a listen to this.
Oh, I can already tell where it's looping. Oh.
Oh, it does something. Oh god. Very nice. This is a good mashup. I'm a mashup guy myself, so hey.
I made this
Check
in like less than 10 minutes.
Oh
That's great.
shit! Big ups. Yeah, check
Good
out
job.
the links down below. There's links to the Deadwing Dork mashups. Fuck.
Yeah, I'll have this unlisted by that time.
Yeah, check
You
this
can
one
listen.
out.
You can listen to just under a minute.
I didn't realize that wasn't the original song, and it
I
sounded
didn't
like
either.
shit, but I was like, oh, that's
Here's the
just
thing.
the original soundtrack,
It
probably.
sounds very similar to a point until like almost
Yeah.
like right Here's, yeah. But I can tell where it like. It
Oh, that's that's KSI. That's his song.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't
it's
heard
the one
it,
that's
so
like famously bad.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah. Well, that's very good.
Pick any
I just
song from
spawned-
his discography. There you go.
I just spawned this idea this morning and just kind of did it.
Hell
I
yeah.
respect.
Hey, I mean, good idea.
It took me more time to make this, which is the thumbnail of the video, than it did to put the audio and video together for this.
Well, I mean, you're a gifted wizard.
Oh,
Yes.
no, we're not quite at that game yet. So yeah, Devil May Cry 2, yeah, it's rough, but
Yeah.
it's not doo-doo diarrhea dog shit. It's just kind of boring,
Yeah.
sad.
It's the worst game in a very good series, so it's like a
Exactly.
5 out of 10, basically, in a
Yeah.
series of
Yeah.
9
Very
out of 10.
mid.
4, I would say.
Yeah.
I like 4 more than that. It just we'll
No. I mean, a 4 out of
No,
5,
oh,
4 out of 10 rather.
okay.
It's a
all
4
right.
out of 10.
That's
4
fine.
out of 5 game, according to Tristan.
Yeah, it's one of his
That
favorites.
DMT2 best DMC game. Dante is best in game. He's shoot.
You do.
You
That's
do
what
be
you do.
Anyway,
So yeah.
so real quick drip check.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yes, we've already done a little bit of a
yeah,
drip
right.
check. We gotta pull up
So-
Lucia's drip in a second. Well, we already showed
Yeah.
Lucia's drip technically.
We saw Lucia.
We
yeah.
did. Here's
That's
Lucia's
better.
concept art with Dante.
Yeah.
So we'll just do them both in one.
I mean, that's
Oh,
such a
yeah,
great
it's-
fucking outfit for him and her.
Dante's
It
outfit.
really is.
It is my favorite in the entire series.
Yeah.
like,
It's-
no
it's
joke.
still one of the coolest. Like
I have it modded into Devil May Cry 3, 4, and 5.
Wow.
I like it that
Yeah.
much.
It's,
I mean, the thing
really
is,
cool.
it's like it fits him as being more edgy. Like, if I knew nothing about this game, I would assume that he's just like dark, brooding edge man.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what he is into, but like, I think it also fits with just him being wacky and silly as well. I
Wacky
like
Woohoo Pizza Man.
I think a version of this where he's got the like shirtless, open thing, like
Well,
in 3
that's
would be
the-
pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think I, on base, prefer like Devil May Cry 1 and 2 overdressed Dante to Devil May Cry 3 underdressed Dante.
Yeah.
Because like if you compare this to DMC1, the DMC1 outfit, Dante is like kind of simplified his outfit a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, there's less fucking straps, the sleeves are no longer rolled up, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think this is just the perfect balance of kind of simple, but also, not wearing just a jacket and pants,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for
Yeah, I
Lucia's,
agree.
Yeah.
oh yeah, what were you saying?
I'm gonna say real quick. Both of the characters look like a Castlevania game right here.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah,
Very
Like,
Lucia-
Castlevania coded outfits.
really fucking cool.
This concept art has some issues. I assume she doesn't have like weird lines all over her in the game.
She does not. I think it's a
Yeah.
solid black.
Something like that.
I'm pretty sure. Let me see if I can find like a render that has both of them. Well, actually,
Yeah, so you
This
had
one.
that before. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she looks fine.
so like
Yeah,
she
she's got
has some
some
sort of
Cool. It's a pretty cool design.
yeah. I like it. And then Trish shows up. I didn't really drip check her in the game, but she looks exactly the same as she does in 1.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's a cool outfit. She's just
Good
Trish.
design. It's good
Trish.
design.
That's just what she looks like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So real quick, so the alternate costumes, DMC1 Dante looks it's the exact model ripped from the game. So the drip check applies equally to that. So the first the first Diesel costume, Dante's Diesel costume looks weird and not like Dante at all.
No.
Yeah.
I actually
Lucia
really like
looks
both
okay.
of yeah, it's fine
Oh, that's
like for
nice.
Okay. That's
yeah,
pretty dope.
Lucia's Diesel costumes are both actually really fucking good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they went hard with her, and it's a shame she hasn't shown back up in the canon since then.
Yeah.
Good design.
I'd love to see her just wearing this in like
I mean,
Devil May Cry
that's-
6 or
By the
whatever.
way, go back to that real quick.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's literally just fucking Leon's jacket. It looks like Leon's RE4 jacket.
Yeah,
kinda.
kind of. It's a bit more like yellowish.
Yeah.
This
But
is
it's
this is
got,
kind
like,
of a
the
low
little-
resolution thing, but
little
yeah,
elbow
it's
I don't mind Hello?
Oh, well, you're talking
Yeah,
about
okay.
Dante's. Dante's is a bit. This is a bit darker.
Well,
I
and I'm
think.
saying on hers too. I like her elbows
Yeah.
kind of worn. Well, not elbow, shoulder. My bad.
Oh
Her
yeah,
shoulder's kind
yeah.
of
I
worn up
see.
there. It's the same way with Leon's. Also, I do like
I
his
like it.
elbow wear.
I like the what is it? That's leather or like a dark denim or something on
Yeah.
I
him.
think
I
it's.
think it's dark.
Yeah.
I think
denim.
it's leather.
It
Yeah,
could
I'm
be.
I
not
mean,
sure.
it doesn't necessarily look very, Dante, but like I
Yeah.
like the
It's
drip.
still
It's good. It's
still
Yeah.
still
If
looks
it
good.
swag.
Outfit,
was
yeah.
if it was on any honestly, let me get a more front on picture of his diesel outfit.
I think if you go up, if you scroll up, there's scroll up.
Oh, I was just gonna use this
Oh,
one.
okay, okay.
Like this would look good
Okay,
on
it's leather,
like
yeah.
Nero.
That would.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
I would. That would be a good Nero outfit, especially with like one sleeve missing or something.
I don't
Yeah,
mind her
rolled
with
up
like
something.
the French flag on her arm or whatever.
Yeah, like I definitely prefer her other diesel outfit, but
Yeah,
this one's still cool.
it's nice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
as
this whole thing just
for
reminds me of the Sims 2 H&M stuff expansion, where it just
coolest
gave
monkey
the
in the
Sims
jungle,
H&M. Oh god.
and then so this is the Hell Secretary Lucia outfit. Looks really fucking cool. She usually
Ooh.
wears a mask over it though,
Yeah,
and I
Mm.
like it. I think purple looks good on her.
I dig that.
Yeah. So nice drip in this one. Very nice drip.
Very much.
The only one that I'm not really a fan of is Dante's diesel costume, but
So
you
it
know,
was
what
a
can you do?
Yeah,
different.
it's okay.
So it was a different designer for the characters on this one then?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he did a great job. Or they.
So yeah.
So
Devil May Cry 2.
yeah. Now it's time for
game.
DMC3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is. I don't think I'm exaggerating at all when I say that this game is action game royalty. It's
Oh, yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
great.
Yep, it's one of the biggest ones. Yeah.
This is the first
Like,
one
I-
owned. I played it, rented it, loved it. It was so fucking good. Sorry.
I kind of teeter-totter between liking 3 and 5 more. But after this most recent playthrough, I think it's really solidified that DMC3 is just a really solid, polished experience.
Yeah.
Like even
Yeah.
without the special edition changes and being able to switch your style and carry all the weapons like you can do in the Switch version and the DDMK
Yes.
mod, it's just really really polished. You don't have like these areas where you're trying to struggle switching between two different characters throughout like the story. There's no interspersing of all that different, having to learn different move sets. It's just you and Dante. And you
Oh,
play through the game as Dante and only Dante until the end. And then at the end, you can play through it again with Virgil if you want. But even then, you stick with the one character throughout the entire game, and that's I think what makes it. I think it just sets it just a little cut above for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it all ties it together by the end. It's one of those games where even more so than even something like DMC5, it's like an experience. Like you get through to the end of DMC3 and you're like, this was a good time. And then right at the end it's like, oh wait, and it all comes together and you're like, I think I'm going to replay this. I think I'm going to do this again, you know.
It's so good. It is. If you're listening to this, if you're still listening, if you're on the fence about Devil May Cry, and you have to pick one game, one single game to play Devil May Cry 3. It's going to be a bit difficult. Pick Gold Orb mode. Maybe get it on Switch if you want to be able to switch your styles pretty easily. That's a really nice accessibility feature. I really like that.
Oh yeah, I forgot they
I
did
don't
that
know
on the
why
Switch
that's
version.
not on
Yeah.
every other option. It seems like such a great addition.
I think it might have just been like they really had issue, like they might have not been able to patch it into the existing HD collection framework because it's like its own separate thing on Switch. There's no
it's
HD
kind of
collection.
rebuilt from the ground up. I think
True,
it's
yeah.
kind of more like the
But
PC port. Weirdly,
there is a mod on the PC, the DDMK mod. It's a little bit tricky to set up, and I do mean a little bit. You have to like Yeah, I think the most complex thing is that you have to get some old EXCs, and that's not really that big of an issue because they updated the game pretty recently. But just install it, open up the window, it's Control D, and just select, tick a box, and you can switch your styles. It's as simple as that. And it's so good.
Yeah.
Devil May Cry 3 is a must play. Even without style switching, it's just so fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember I didn't play that much. I played like maybe about half of it or something, but my fondest memory of it is the PC version actually, which I remember hearing was like a terrible, terrible
It's fine,
port.
from what I've
It's
heard.
okay. I was playing it with
I've only played the
keyboard,
HD
though.
collection. Oh, that's
Yeah.
rough. Oh, that's bad. Oh,
Yeah,
geez.
but I was having like a decent time just kind of basically grinding out like the first couple of missions. The first two, like the one where you fight the big death guy with the scythe. He's just like an enhanced normal enemy, but I was like, oh my god, this is impossible. And yeah, I was just getting like 10,000 orbs or whatever, and just like, yeah, I don't feel confident about my keyboard ability to play this and do. Oh yeah, I got to the
Yeah.
Cerberus fight, and that was where I was
The
like,
Cerberus
yeah,
fight is
Okay.
that's the filter
that's
right
the
there.
That
filter.
can be
Yeah.
rough. That can
I
be
got
rough.
past it later on controller, but yeah, on a keyboard it was not advisable, and also on like kind of a shitty. I think I had it running at like 30 FPS or something. But I had a lot
Okay,
of fun with it when I
help.
was when I was playing it. It was like it was shitty, but I was like, man, this seems pretty cool, and I just kept finding new things that I didn't know. Like, oh, and if you do this style and you do this, you can do this, and it was like that's very cool. I always wound up defaulting to Trickster for this game and all the future
You're a
stuff.
trickster guy.
I'm a
What
trickster
about
guy.
what about you two? What styles do you prefer?
I'm pretty
I
much
love
trickster as
Trickster.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very
Seriously?
We're kind of basic bitches. I'm sorry.
Well, trickster and
So-
sword fighter. I'm not
Sword
good enough
fighter's pretty
for
good.
Royal Guard, but I really respect it.
I never
It's
did
I've
Royal
been
Guard.
I like Royal Guard the most. I'm not great at it, but I try my best to work on it when I can. But for me, when I'm not, trying to get better with Royal Guard, I'm a sword master boy. I can't
So,
help it.
Swordmaster's
I love the
pretty
backwards
cool, yeah.
combo.
I mean, especially later on, like in 5 and in 4, you have more general mobility, and I feel like in 3, I need the movement options that Trickster gives me as a crutch. But 5, it's like, yeah, I'm more confident just playing with Swordmaster or whatever, because you just kind of move a little more,
For me
Yeah.
in
loosely.
3, I'm normally like Trickster's the most fun for me. Just like jumping around, dodging stuff, doing cool combos, whatever. I do enjoy Royal Guard, but it took like my entire time playing 3 for the first time to actually get used to it.
It's a very difficult because it's essentially to summarize the style. Well, I'll let you finish first before I summarize them.
Well, I was gonna say, so like what I normally like to do is I jump between Twixta, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard, and kind of like try to mix them up in order to create the most effective combos. Because Gunslinger is super cool for like keeping combos going for longer periods of time. So jumping between that and Royal Guard is really helpful, and then Trickster is just fun,
Yeah.
So just to summarize the styles, if you're not familiar, Trickster is dodge. Circle is dodge now,
Speedy
just like it
boy
was in
dodge.
DMC2. Yeah, and you can like if you level it up enough, you can basically teleport to your enemies, which is cool.
Yeah, air dodges and shit.
Gunslinger, again, like Devil May Cry 2, we forgot to mention this. It allows you
Yeah.
to shoot your guns in multiple directions. Lots of
Yep.
cool new lots of cool new moves for your guns. My favorite one is Gunslinger with the shotgun, because
Oh shit.
just your neutral action is just like moving the shotgun around like a nunchuck and shooting everything
Yeah,
around
just
you.
go boop, 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 boop,
And the
boop, boop.
forward action is a stinger with the shotgun,
Oh, that's pretty neat.
which the stinger is
Yeah.
the Devil May Cry move,
Straight up.
where
straight
you lock on,
lunge.
you hold forward, and you press your attack button, and you lunge, and you go, yeah!
Oh,
And it's in every
Iconic.
Devil May Cry game, I'm pretty sure.
I think
Like
I
they
think it's the
specifically
first
put
one.
it in 2. I'm not sure about the reboot.
It's in the reboot.
It's in that, yeah.
It's in Devil May Cry. It's in every Devil May Cry game, maybe
It's-
except the
Yeah, it's
fucking
the
mobile
signature
game.
move.
I
I
don't
can
know.
attest it's in the new mobile game that we're not sponsored by, so they're not getting a free shout out until the end.
It
We'll talk about
is-
it for a second.
It's the quintessential Devil May Cry move, and
Yeah.
you can do it with a shotgun, which is so cool.
Fucking badass.
Swordmaster.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I was gonna say, like, each style came from somewhere. He's discussed like where he got them from, and it's always funny looking at where he got the idea from, and then looking at how they function and going like, oh yeah, yeah, that's definitely that. Like, Royal Guard is the like defensive block, just like you are a wall. You are gonna stop enemy attacks and counter them. And he's like, yeah, that's Street Fighter 3.
Hell
you parry
yeah.
people a lot in Street Fighter 3, so that's the Street Fighter 3 one. And everyone's just like, okay.
Yeah, Royal Guard's really cool because if you're not great with timing, you can still block a decent amount of hits by just holding the button. But the most effective way to utilize Royal Guard is perfect parrying every single move and then holding forward in the style button and releasing all of that energy onto your opponent, and it kills most things in one hit. It'll take bosses' health bars down like nothing else. It's insane.
It's also very satisfying.
It is. It's so satisfying, but it is the hardest style to use by far.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. And
It's definitely
Swordmaster,
playing it at like 60 FPS. If you play it in a shitty 30 FPS mode, you might have an easier time with it.
possibly.
Yeah.
But
We'll get there.
I think the most straightforward style of them all, it really is Swordmaster, because it just adds new combos for each weapon, including my beloved, the backwards combo for Swordmaster with Rebellion, which is just a large chain of swings, a million stab, and then in this game specifically, Dante plants his sword into the ground and just spins around on it like a fucking like one of those like noisemakers at a party. It's really fun to pull off.
That's pretty fun.
That's
Cool.
pretty good.
In future games with style switching, well, I guess both of the future games that have Dante and style switching in them, it's the forward combo, and he doesn't spin around on his sword, but he does still do the million stab, which is nice.
Yeah.
Which the
Yeah.
million stab is just a stinger, but you're standing in place, and there's a lot of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
But there are a lot of them. So despite all of this praise that we're heaping onto DMC3,
Bit of glazing.
it's important to note that this game picks up, and specifically from DMC1. DMC2 didn't have this. My most hated trend in every single DMC game:
Ooh.
flying enemies that can fucking phase through the walls.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
The
I
Sin
will
Scissors
do
in
that.
1 did it. The Fallen in 3 do it. I forgot their names in 4 do it. And the Sin Scissors, they're back with a vengeance, baby, in 5. Although I'm not sure if they phase through the
Yeah.
walls. I hate them so much.
In
It's the only
5, I
enemy
hate
type.
them more than
Really?
ever before. They piss me off in 5.
In 5, they're a little bit easier. Although I only really have recent experience with Nero with a specific arm.
Yes.
And it's a lot easier to fight them with that than it is
Okay, yes,
with
that is
Dante.
true.
But I hate those enemies so much. Design wise, they're so cool. Sin
yeah,
Scissors and the equivalent in DMC4 look rad, and the Fallen are freaky as fuck. They're like these like seraph angels, and they have wings covering like their torso. But then you can break away the wings, and it's like this hideous face inside. It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
great
I really
design
like-
for this shit.
Freaky
I like
fucking
the
designs.
I like the thing that Devil May Cry 1 and 3 specifically have of like the deceitful hell that kind of looks like it might be heaven, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Mundus's chamber in DMC1 was kind of like a large Greek temple, very white, very, very, very cool and nice looking, you know, just ignoring the fact that you're in a fucking demon world. And hell in DMC3 is like this large white void area with floating platforms, and everything looks cool and angelic. And there's chanting music, but then in the middle, there's just this evil eye. It's really cool. So anyway, continuing my hate, fuck you, Hideaki Itsuno. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to phase through your walls and float around you until you can kill me. Fuck you. I hate this game.
Well,
Anyway, so this game's fucking fantastic.
DMC3 also has some like interesting shit where like there's that area where it's just a giant chessboard floor
Yes,
in the tower.
that's actually the first thing you do in the demon world.
Yeah, and you just have to do like demon chess basically, and it's
You don't have to
very
play demon
abstract.
chess. It basically what it is you have the entire other side of the chessboard, and you're the opposite side, and you can move freely, but they kind of stick to like normal chess movements. They don't exactly adhere to the grid,
Yeah.
but they're fun to fight. Except the fucking queen. Oh, and the bishops. Fuck the bishops. I hate them.
It's a very creative concept.
I'm not good against them. That's why I hate them.
Yeah.
But
Fair enough.
it's so cool. Like the enemy designs are all great. The enemy behaviors are all great. They all act so subtly differently at first that you're like, oh yeah, this this enemy again. But you know, it looks a little different, and then it pulls out a move that you weren't fucking expecting, and it's I love it. It's just I really mean it when I say action game royalty. It's so good. I really don't want to spoil a lot of it. You know, even though I'm showing a pivotal moment in the plot, but still.
One, I kind of want to say
It's a lot,
as little as possible.
It is a lot better. It does, in a roundabout way, continue the trend where the main villain makes creates the principal female protagonist.
Yeah,
it does continue that trend in a way.
Technically, yes.
This is the last one, I think.
I guess it's not really that much of a spoiler to say that that Arkham is the mastermind behind it, even though the game kind of makes it a point to kind of subvert that a little bit, make it seem like Virgil's behind it all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a pretty obvious spooky evil bad guy, you know.
Yeah, he has like a weird morphing scar on one side of his face.
Yeah.
It's cool.
He's a very
and he always like
not
stands
gonna-
ominously.
Not gonna have a
sudden character.
A sudden good guy turn, I don't think.
Yeah.
No.
But this is the first DMC game where the story, I would say, actually really matters.
Yeah.
And it's pretty damn good.
This one,
it's not like transcendent.
Yeah.
But it's solid.
Fun. It's a good time. It
has a few really cool twists and turns. It was written by an actual novelist.
It is that sort of Shakespearean shit, you know, that I think they claimed that the reboot was going to have, and then it super didn't.
I mean, they didn't claim. I don't fully remember on that with that, but I remember
there was like at least a journalist thing that was it's going to be Shakespearean, and everyone made fun of it. I remember that.
Yeah, some of those people were really goofy back then, but like this one especially, it's
back then.
People.
Yeah. IGN gave God Hand a 3. Was it 3?
They sure did. And
something around that.
Then they reviewed it later, and they were like, "Yeah, we stand by this. None of us like it," which is just a sad.
I mean,
sad thing.
Points for consistency, I guess.
I mean,
I guess so.
I remember when this is getting off topic completely, but I remember when Game Informer reviewed every Mario Party so bad that Nintendo sent them an award. It was like, yeah, you guys really don't like our shit. Here you go.
Congratulations.
Which is the nicest thing Nintendo's ever sent anyone ever. Not the point.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, no, this game is one of those ones you should try to go in as blind as possible. Outside of this is the earliest story we get with Dante. That's really
it's a prequel.
Yeah, prequel.
Dante hasn't even named his shop yet.
It does spoil a little bit of one, I think, when you really sit and think about
A
it.
little bit.
Yeah.
It spoils it kind of in the middle of 1.
Yeah.
Like if you play through 3 and then you play through 1, you pick up on stuff that kind of earlier than the game really intends you to, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of hints towards Nello Angelo and all that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean
We
we've
talked about
already kind of blown it wide open. It's Virgil. There he is. There's the
It's
man
him.
himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is where Virgil kind of comes into his own, I think, as a character also.
Yeah, because before he was basically just a name for
Yeah.
you know a potential
A
lore
name
book.
for a suit of armor, basically.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
name and a face
Yeah.
that we saw at one point, and an amulet or a
Yeah.
pendant.
And this one turns him into an actual character,
Yes.
where he is first shown to be at odds with Dante's personality, just kind of on base in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me.
He feels abandoned by Dante. There's some lore stuff we haven't gotten into, but they were
Not
both
quite
orphaned.
Dante. Well, I'll go real quick over it
Yeah.
because we
More
will
or less Liquid Snake, but a little better.
Yeah, we'll go over it really quick because I'm gonna intersperse DMC5 with Visions of V, and that's actually covered directly in Visions of V, as well as like in
Oh yeah, true. You're right.
a
it
book or
is.
two, I think.
Yeah.
A book or some like maybe the DMC3 and not anime manga. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
A lot of
essentially,
supplemental material.
Virgil was out reading a book. Dante was at home with his mother, and then demons attack the house, and Virgil, out sitting by a fucking tree, and the house is set ablaze. Dante and Virgil's mother hides Dante and goes to find Virgil. She doesn't, and Virgil thinks that she abandoned him because he didn't get to see her looking for him, and that's kind of pushed his ideology of might makes right, essentially. In fact, I have a screenshot, I'm pretty sure, if I can fucking find it. Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. I don't think I have the actual... Okay, yeah, I don't have the actual thing, but he says, like, without power, you can't even protect yourself.
Yeah.
But
He
it's...
doesn't ever be seen as weak again, essentially.
Yeah. And if you're really into this, I recommend reading Visions of V probably before you play after you play Devil May Cry 5. Although I would recommend another replay of Devil May Cry 5 after you've read it.
Okay.
For reasons that I'll go over later, it'll be spoilers, but it's still a good story regardless. Anyway. But yeah, Virgil. Virgil is cool. I like Virgil.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the best characters in the franchise and is beloved for very good reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also meet we teased
Lady.
this, so I should mention, yes, a woman who we will know as Lady and play the game.
Let me see if I can find a screenshot. Here we go.
We have to do drip for them anyways. So.
Oh, yes.
There she is. That's Lady. There she is. She has a big rocket launcher.
She's got
Isn't
a
that
very
cool?
simple outfit, but I think she's got a good design.
Yeah, kind of schoolgirl-esque, which is a little weird, but
Yeah,
like it's different enough to where she looks like she's not,
She's like in her
completely
20s.
fucked in a battle.
Yeah. But I mean, she's got an awesome launcher that's got a fucking bayonet attached to it.
Not only a bayonet, a grappling bayonet.
True.
Yeah.
Fucking peak. Lady's so cool. I like her.
Lady, especially when they get to interact later in the other games, Lady and Trish both have pretty good interactions. I really like their dynamics.
We'll get to Lady and Trish specifically together at a point very soon. Do we have anything else to say about 3?
Other than play it, I don't got anything else. Jackpot.
Yeah,
Jackpot.
Jackpot.
It really
Good
was the
game,
jackpot
good
for the
game.
series.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a game that, I mean, I think you could play it entirely without playing 1 and 2. It's a standalone thing. It's a very fun time. But
If you
also,
want to play the whole series, I recommend doing it in release order. However, if you just want 1 to get a taste and see if you like the series first,
oh, it's 3.
play through 3. Absolutely play through 3.
Three
The only
is a-
alternative is 5.
3 is a tone setter for everything, including the reboot that comes after this, I think. Like,
Five
Yeah.
is like probably easier if you're like new to that kind of game, but 3 is
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
the
5 is a
definitive.
lot easier. 3 is tough as nails. It will prepare you for the rest of the series.
yeah, it's
Exactly. Yeah.
like 3 is, you know, it's a good mixture of style and substance. It found
I'll also say, if you're paying attention to the story, 5 is kind of wrapped up a lot in previous games, including this one.
That's
Yeah.
So you'll get a little bit less out of it if you haven't played through those.
Yeah.
But yeah, good game. It is legitimately, I think, a like. Yeah, I think it's one of the few games that I would say yes, this is absolutely a 10, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Just trying to find a better way to
Especially-
put that.
Especially with like special edition changes and
Yes, we should go over that real quick.
yes.
So-
You probably know more of the differences than I do.
Yeah, so the original version of DMC3, Dante's Awakening,
Yes. Which is a good subtitle.
was yeah, it was damn hard here in the US. The Japanese version was a lot easier, and they did that partially because the backlash over here in the West of how easy DMC2 was kind of made them go, okay, well, the US wants harder games. Got it. They really overcorrected on that.
Like, you want hard? We'll show you.
I'm
hard.
pretty sure special edition very hard is no special edition. All right, so the very hard difficulty in the special edition version of the game is what normal was in the US original release. So if you have Devil May Cry 3,
Jesus.
boot up very hard.
it a shot.
It is an apt description. And that's normal difficulty without gold orbs, by the way. Because gold orbs,
Jesus.
the difference between gold orbs and yellow orbs, gold orbs will revive you on the spot.
Yeah.
Yellow orbs revive you at the last checkpoint. For some missions, the last checkpoint is the beginning of the level, especially boss battles.
Oh yeah.
So, and you can't hold both of them. You select your mode at the beginning. So you select if you want to use gold orbs or yellow orbs.
Yeah.
And you can hold a lot of gold orbs. That is true. You can only hold 3. Oh, no, sorry. Got that mixed up. You can hold a lot of yellow orbs. You can only hold 3 gold orbs. However, it really doesn't matter if you have a stockpile of yellow orbs when you have a lot of difficulty getting back to where you fucked up
Yeah.
to try again, you know?
Yeah.
It's a very difficult game. Like, I'm sure nowadays if you're playing special edition on normal difficulty and you go yellow orb mode, you're probably not going to have a horrible time. But original release, it was rough.
Yeah, that
And-
sounds like a fucking nightmare. Jesus Christ.
That's kind
Yeah,
of
so
awesome.
the difficulty was vastly rebalanced. They added, I'm pretty sure the Jester boss fight was not in the original at all, and they added, I think, 3 points in the story where you fight him. I think 2 of them are optional.
I don't know.
And
It's been so long, I can't tell you.
yeah, I know that 1 is forced upon you, specifically 1.
So, is the original version basically just completely irrelevant at this
It's
point?
been
Like,
usurped.
Essentially, yeah.
yeah.
Because like even if you want a more original experience, you can just choose yellow orb mode.
Well, it just goes to show you, people, back in the day, games weren't always complete. People complain about stuff being
Yeah.
finished with DLC. It's like, at least you don't have to buy a whole separate fucking version of the same game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a couple more additions. There's Bloody Palace mode, which we didn't really go over much in DMC2 covering it.
Yeah.
But
Challenge mode.
it's a challenge mode where you have to get through a whole bunch of floors. If you get to floor 9999, you get like super costumes, I think.
Yeah.
Which, if you've already beat it on very hard or Dante Must Die,
May as well.
it's not really gonna give you anything.
I mean,
but
you may as well just
it's-
do it at that point.
Yeah, if
Fuck
you
it,
don't have,
you're already in the long haul if you're going that far, I think.
yeah, if you don't have the super costumes, which give you infinite Devil Trigger, it's a bragging right. It's nice, but if you already have them, it's a bragging rights reward.
Yeah.
But it's still a fun mode to just kind of throw yourself at if you're not really feeling like doing like a structured mission, which is nice.
Yeah.
And the big one. After you beat the game as Dante, you unlock the ability to play a separate save file as Virgil. And he has his own fully custom moveset. I think the only one that's like, there are two that are like, he has three weapons. His Yamato, which is a big funny katana, which is completely different from Dante's entire moveset. Then you have his Yamato katana and also Force Edge, the sword that Dante starts with at the very beginning of DMC 1, which also plays significance in this story. And that move is kind of a bit of a mix between Dante's standard broadsword, swinging around, stabbing, all that sort of stuff gameplay, in addition to Virgil's katana slashes. And then there's Beowulf, which is just a weapon that Dante also has in the game, but Virgil has a slightly different moveset for it. I prefer Dante's, personally.
But
I really like the Kick 13 combo that he can do, brought over from...
I also prefer Dante's. I think
Yeah.
that it's still fun to use as Virgil, but
Absolutely.
it feels less it doesn't really fit as well with his other weapons as it does with Dante's.
Yeah. I would also say the moveset itself just it's different enough in ways that I'm not that big of a fan of, but it's still a really fun moveset just to play. Like, I've gone through entire missions with just Beowulf as Virgil. It's fun.
Oh, for sure.
Shit.
And yeah, that's Devil May Cry 3.
Yeah.
It's really good. Go fucking play it.
If we haven't sold you enough already on the HD collection, which you can buy on pretty much everything, you can buy 1, 2, and 3 on Switch separately. What the fuck are you doing? Buy it.
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah.
Do it.
Again, it's if you're watching or listening to this around the time of when it comes out.
Steam autumn sale, Steam winter sale, probably.
Yeah, it's going to be on for like big Christmas discounts, I'm sure.
Get them.
It's really good.
Get all of them.
It's really good. I recommend it.
Yeah.
So taking a bit of a departure. Yeah.
Well, speaking
taking a bit of a departure.
I think we wanted to take a bit of a break.
You want to do a quick one?
Do we?
Yeah.
Bane mentioned it.
Okay, doke.
Well, we're halfway through, so this is the time for us to decide.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
All
right. Let me
I'll
see
be right
if
back.
I can
Hey, we're back from our second break, folks. How we doing?
Yeah, this time was a break.
Yeah, so this time was give us a minute. We gotta get some shit sorted.
Yeah.
What?
I went and got a bonus soda.
Yes. I grabbed
So we probably got to get through the rest of these kind of quick.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's only 2 games that I'm going to talk about, but I do want to really quick go over the anime.
Yes.
Just kind of as an overarching thing, because it came out between DMC 3 and 4, like a year before 4. And it's okay. It's fine.
it goes a little hard on like the edge factor.
Honestly, not really. Not really.
Really? I always feel like it goes a little bit harder on like, whoa, so epic cool, as opposed to like the kind of more
maybe epic cool,
hearted,
sure,
but action fun.
It was definitely
DMC
it was very lighthearted. So just for some quick pointers, pointers as in pointing where the fuck we are.
Yes.
It takes place between 1 and 2. And the overarching plot is this little girl. So Dante is assigned to protect a little girl who is said to be the last surviving heir of this rich family.
Yes.
And the demons are after her because there's like a secession sort of thing where us real sons of this guy have got to get our fucking bit of his will.
Yeah.
But he left it all to this stupid fucking orphan kid. Fuck
Fucking
that.
toddler.
We're gonna
man.
summon demons to kill her.
Hell yeah.
So
That's the
he
best
protects the
option.
kid. It turned as a there's a pretty interesting twist at the end, which I'm not going to spoil because we might do
Obviously.
possibly a bit of a watch through at some point, a little watch through
Yes.
podcast.
Which would be really fun.
I'm curious. I'm
It would
excited.
be. I really like it. Like it's I dog on it a bit because it does have some pretty cringe voice acting, but a lot of the main characters, aside from Patty, they're solid. So Patty is this kid who's like comic relief sidekick throughout a good deal of the series.
Yeah.
She's okay, I
It already
guess.
sounds pretty bad.
She's
It's-
serviceable, I assume.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a pretty
not
Every
fantastic.
character in the scheme of the show, and the
It-
performance is like, yeah.
It's like it's cringe in the way that every single anime child is cringe, essentially. But she is important to the overarching story, but I'm not going to really touch on that.
Yeah.
I will say
Yeah,
I do like the overarching story. So a couple of episodes I really want to point out. This anime, the 4th episode, I think, marks the first time that Trish and Lady actually meet. They meet on
Yes.
screen. Lady is hunting Trish because she's a demon, and Dante just kind of gets embroiled in the middle of it. It's all really fun. And eventually, Trish and Lady bond over making fun of Dante, and it's peak.
Yeah.
That'll
Yeah,
do
It is
yeah.
very funny.
Sometimes a mutual enemy will bring a group of friends together.
Truly. But in fact, this anime is, I'm pretty sure, the only thing linking Dante to Strawberry Sundays aside from a single screenshot in Devil May Cry 5. But it's a defining character trait of Dante that he just loves Strawberry Sundays.
Hey,
Nice.
I love it.
I feel
And there's also an episode closer to the end of the anime, which is genuinely great. It is a poker episode, and it is tense. It's fun. It has a cool, like, little sort of hitch to it that I really enjoy. It's really fucking good.
I like the idea
Sounds
of
good.
Dante trying to play poker.
Oh, he's bad at it. He is
Yeah.
horrible at it.
That's
Like,
what I expect.
It's actually a running joke throughout the series up to that point that a lot of his debts are gambling debts because he'll just go up against Lady or something because he's in massive debt to her and be like, okay, listen,
What?
if I win this hand, I don't owe you nothing anymore. But if you win this hand, I gotta pay you like a bunch more. And then he fucking loses.
Then he does it on a fucking 2-6 offsuit, I assume. Something embarrassing.
Yeah, something nuts like that.
So something where it's like you would fold that if you got it immediately. Something you'd throw out. You'd set the building on fire. if
Yeah,
got
you
that.
you have nothing in that hand, and Dante's like, yeah, I'll call, I'll check,
I'll take that
you know.
action.
Yeah, but double down. Fuck it.
I will
You
say,
never get the jackpot.
never.
Hey, the only jackpots he gets is metaphorical, not literal.
Yeah,
Which is a
So,
good character trait.
I will say, he does get impaled by his own sword, so we have to count this as good.
Woo!
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
We're-
Yes,
we're so
for
back.
real.
I'm
Hell
assuming
yeah.
that happened in 3, by the way. I think we.
Yeah, that's how he activates his devil trigger for the very first time in the series.
Yes.
Nice.
And then he when he activates his devil trigger, he goes kind of crazy and just runs down the side of the tower and gets eaten by a big fish.
Yeah,
I'm not
well-
really exaggerating or downplaying that. It just kind of happens.
He's living his best life.
Yeah, he's doing his best. So,
Yes.
DMC4.
Yes.
Yes.
The first multi-platform Devil May Cry.
Yes,
This is where
released on
things
the
get
PS3
little-
and 360.
This is where things, I think, start to deviate the most out of
Yeah.
online games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Four
I think
has 4 is rough, but it's nice. I like it. But
I
it
don't
has a
think
lot
it's
of
bad,
big
yeah.
flaws.
No, it's
Yeah.
not definitely
exactly.
not bad.
It is, in my opinion, the worst of the actually good Devil May Cry games. By far. However,
Yeah.
It's no Devil May Cry 2.
True.
You know?
Yeah, it could always be worse.
I'll just kind of say a blanket statement.
Yeah.
The story is still really good.
Yeah,
Like if anything, I would say probably better than 3's.
I think the biggest
And
Yeah.
the biggest complaint most people have with the game is the essentially the fact that it's half a game kind of repeated over.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Order is I think my favorite non-Virgil Devil May Cry villain.
Yes.
Which, to
Order
be
of the
fair,
Sword.
Very small pool, strangely small pool, in fact.
It feels like
but
it should
still,
be bigger.
I like him better than Mundus and fucking what's his face from 2. You know,
Albus.
You said his
Alice?
name. You said his name.
It's Arius, but
Okay.
Arius.
I
who
about
knows
called
that
him-
besides me?
I about called him Aerith, so I was close.
More or less.
Same.
I can't believe I remember when Dante stabbed Aerith through the chest.
Dante would have blocked that sword. Let's be real. Like,
Yeah, he would
Cloud-
have.
Cloud
Or
is-
he would have just tanked it.
yeah, honestly, he would have. He would have ate
He would have
that
been
fucking-
impaled by it.
He would have ate that blade and then
Yeah,
spat
he
it
would've
out.
been like, yeah, get out of here. I've been stabbed with a katana before. This shit sucks.
Yeah, it's a little bigger.
But I like Nero as a character.
I do.
Like
too.
I
Yes,
think
me too.
he's just like this kind of brat punkish kid who's not really here for the whole religion thing, but you know his girlfriend's into it, and you know, I do know my best friend, my best friend in the world. They love Nero, and hate Kyrie, his girlfriend,
Oh.
which. I gotta say, I'm sad to say, and you know, cover your ears if you're listening. I really like their relationship together. It's so sweet.
I do too.
Yeah.
Like he's genuinely sweet towards Kyrie, and
It's really nice.
it's actually nice. It's sweet, and
I
they're-
think
hate playing as Nero though. Oh my god.
I kind
At least
of,
in 4.
I kind of hate playing as Nero before. Although,
At least in 4, he's not very well good. He's not very good.
although I like the concept of his weaponry.
Yeah,
I
that-
notice how I worded that.
yeah. I don't mind the execution of the exceed mechanic. It's just I always fuck up the timing of, you know, quick exceeds,
I always forget to do
and that makes me not like it.
so. I was gonna say, like, you mentioned he's a bit of like a punk brat, and like, yeah, that's a really good way of describing him. He's very Dante is very like blasé and very like, you know, doing his own thing. Nero is a lot
He's
more
shrug.jpg.
face.
Nero's angry all the time.
Yeah, Dante is shrug.jpg. Nero is fuck you.wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that his relationship with Kyrie is the thing that helps make him a more interesting and likable character. Because
Yeah, 'cause
otherwise he would just be an asshole otherwise.
If he was just a dick, then, you know, this sucks. Get it out of my face.
He's a
But
dick for a
He's a dick
reason.
with a heart of gold.
Yes. If
That's
he
what
doesn't
it's
have that
all
motive,
about.
what's up?
That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Being a dick with a heart of gold.
You know, it's funny that you it's funny that you mentioned motivation. Anyway, moving on. I will say about Nero's moveset. I do like that he has a lot more aerial maneuvers than Dante typically does. Especially since his main gimmick, other than having a big sword that revs up like a fucking motorcycle and becomes
Which is
fire.
Yeah.
So sick.
It's
Like
fucking awesome.
it is like even putting aside the fact that I'm not like super good at Exceed, it's just so fucking cool.
It really is.
having a sword that you can rev up and it fucking burns, coolest goddamn thing in the world.
And
Yeah.
it gets
But-
loud.
His main gimmick, but aside from that,
Yeah.
is one of his arms is a demon arm, and he can use it to like snatch enemies and bring them close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
you
he's
could
like you,
I
Claw.
did come with the drip. It's true.
You could cosplay.
That's true. I forgot the drip check for DMC3. We're just gonna do Dante and
Dante,
Virgil because it's
yeah.
quick.
Here, let me go. Full screen.
That's
Actually,
that's not a
That's
good one.
not
Hang
high
on.
quality.
Yeah.
Let's do Dante.
This
Let's do
is
Dante.
this is well. I want to do Virgil too,
Okay.
but this is after he gets stabbed by Yamato, and he actually tears off a bit of his sleeve, which I actually only really noticed this past playthrough. But I mean, the coat's cool.
The coat is pretty slick. I mean, obviously he's very young comparatively.
Yeah, I like I said before, I prefer overdressed Dante to literally just put on a coat fresh out of the fucking shower, Dante.
This is Dante for the situation. I think the outfit's fine.
Yeah, like he literally just put on his coat fresh out of the shower.
Yeah, this is
like that's not a fucking a silly way to say things. That's what happens.
Like DMC2 Dante has invested in his outfit. He's put some money into it.
Yeah, this is just hey, I have a coat.
Yeah. This is like wearing a puffer jacket. Like,
he was just too busy that day. Fine. He couldn't put anything else on.
Yeah.
So really quick, just to go over Virgil, we'll just kind of zoom in. This is not very high quality. It is such
an iconic design at this point. This specific outfit.
The outfits.
Because this is his Marvel versus Capcom outfit as well.
Yep.
Like this is the Virgil design people know.
Excuse me. But yeah, long blue coat, gold accents. Oh, it's so good. That fucking shirt that's like kind of a tank top, but it has this weird like V design going down it. Kind of like scales almost.
Yeah.
And Virgil just looks so fucking cool. And you can kind of see what I was saying about Lady kind of having the schoolgirl kind of thing because her ammo packs look a little bit like a skirt. But it's functional.
Yeah.
Arkham's wearing a priest outfit. That's all you need to know about him.
Also, there's a weird jester guy in the background, but that's not.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. He's just a silly little guy. He's a silly fella.
He's a goober. Yeah. You guys like goobers?
So we'll get to DMC4. I'm actually going to really quick pull up Nero's page so I can just have him on standby.
I like Nero.
I think Nero's got a great design. I'll say that. I think Nero's design is very good.
Yeah, it's great, and DMC4 is one of those games where, like, the way it looks, there's just something about it. It's so clean and polished, and it runs so smoothly. It still looks pretty cool now. Maybe not like, you'd know what era it's from, but it looks really good for its time. And,
absolutely.
It's great.
It still has this like very characteristic vibe.
Yeah, like it has a shit ton of bloom, and it has that weird like ubiquitous thing with like 360 and PS3 gen games where there's just a jungle inexplicably in it. A lot of jungles and savannas in that like era of in that era of gaming.
But also,
it's
like,
very strange.
Early 360 games had this. It wasn't even that early, but they have this like cleanness that's like weird, where it's just everything feels very, very sterile in a way.
It was that weird like beginning of like first generation of what we consider like HD tech. 360 launched without even a fucking an HDMI port, and that's so wild to think about. That was like a year or two.
I have the very first revision that actually has that.
I still have.
Damn.
It's at my parents' somewhere. I'd have to actually hunt and find it, but I've still got the original like launch 360. Have not plugged it in years. Probably will instantly red.
Oh, it's dead. It's fucking dead, buddy.
Fucked. But
anyway. Where was I?
Yeah, but DMC4 just had that look about it, and it still holds up very well. Like if you play
absolutely.
If you play the special edition on current platforms, it looks amazing.
It looks very nice.
It looks fantastic.
Yeah. So I was in the middle of something. We kind of got a bit sidetracked, but no, that's fine.
A lot here.
But Nero's Devilbringer. It can snatch up enemies from far away, and it can also grab them and do like some sort of move if you just press neutral B.
Oh yeah, it's also a grab.
I'm just
when it needs to
from now on. I'm just going to use Xbox controls.
Understandable. Yeah, we're multi-platform this generation. You're probably playing this on PC, Xbox time.
Yeah. So there's a different move for every single enemy that you come across, and a lot of them are really fun. Like, you have the standard, just grab them and slam them on the ground. That's you find that a lot. And then, like, I don't know the enemy name, but they're basically the foot soldier Angelos that you fight up against.
Yeah.
And they have, like, big shield and a lance. And if you can breaker them, you you stab the lance into them and just keep thrusting it in and out. And
It's hilarious.
It's a very Nero move.
Because he's doing it like this, too. He's thrusting
Yeah.
it in. He's getting it in.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he's
He
going.
wants
He's
to
all
fuck some
out.
shit up. Which,
But
hey, I like that.
despite these cool additions, Nero is a bit underbaked in 4, which is a
Yeah.
shame because you also play as Dante. There he is. That's him. There, it's the man.
And he
That's
plays
a legend.
probably I'd say as well, if not better than 3 in this game.
I disagree.
I think he's better in 3.
Admittedly, I need to
But-
replay those parts. I only got up to a bit of a.
That's fair.
It's
But-
really
No,
long.
fair.
in
I
my
remember
from
playing
my from my perspective, he has a really limited arsenal. 3 guns, 3 like melee weapons. And that limited of an arsenal really it doesn't do him favors with this kind of fighting style,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in 5 he has 5 he has 4 weapons. In 3
Like,
in 5 he has 4 types of weapons, 7 in all, including the DLC bike skin.
Yeah.
In 3 he has 5 weapons, all completely different.
Yeah.
And in 4 he just has 3, and I mean Gilgamesh fucks. It's one of the like hand-to-hand weapons. And Ifrit from Devil May Cry 1, banger. Beowulf from Devil May Cry 3, fucking fantastic. Gilgamesh is really cool too. Cool design too. He has like a fucking demon mask on. It's great.
Yeah.
Lucifer's kind of underwhelming. It's kind of like jumping ahead a little bit. Devil Sword Dante, when you use Sword Master in Devil May Cry 5, there are these like sort of spectral swords, kind of like how Virgil can summon. It kind of does that. Lucifer does. And I don't know if it's just me, but I didn't really click with the moveset. You know?
I don't like the way that any of the spectral swords feel in DMC4. I forgot what game it was for a second.
Yeah. Well, it's a very, very slight spoiler. If you know, you know. But Neros are fine. Neros are okay, but that's because it's also in like conjunction with his gun.
Yeah.
So it's it's not really that major if it's not great.
Yeah.
His guns though, I like his guns.
Yeah.
He has Ebony and Ivory, of course. Like I mentioned earlier, he has Coyote, his shotgun, and then the last weapon you get when you fight the third rematch battle against the bosses, he gets a briefcase gun called Pandora. And it can transition into 666 different versions of weaponry. And Claw, you gotta see this, man. Hang on, let me see if I have a screenshot of it. I must. I absolutely must. Let me find it because here we go. Let me show on disc. Oh geez, it doesn't highlight it. I hate that. Here we go. When you use Gunslinger, Pandora turns into a fucking Eggman machine. It's amazing.
Wow.
That's fucking sick,
That is-
actually.
I can hear the boss music now. That's pretty great.
I fucking love it. It has, standard briefcase minigun type of shit where you just hold it and it shoots out bullets.
Yeah.
There's a specific thing that you can do also on Gunslinger style where you set it down and open it up and it just kills everything in the area.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to wind up, so only really use it if your enemies are just off somewhere else doing something, like their pathfinding gets stuck or something.
Yeah.
But it's really fun to pull off.
It does look like it'd be a lot of fun.
Pandora is such a good weapon, and it really sucks it wasn't in 5.
I guess it's unfortunate then that the game is like half of a game. There's like a lot of good stuff you can do in it, and it's like fun to play, but it is just kind of there's not enough of it there.
Yeah, most of the stuff that I have to go right now is very negative.
It
Uh,
had a 4-year dev cycle, didn't it? It had a lot of work. I thought it was
did
something
it?
like that.
It might have been longer.
It was something
I don't
insane because
know.
this was a game that kind of was what MT Framework was built for.
Oh,
This
you
and
know what?
Dead
It was
Rising.
it had to have been 4 years if it was being worked on like from when 3 Special Edition was released,
Yeah.
because that's how long it took between the two.
Hey, it wouldn't
So,
take that long, much longer for the next game. We'll get there, but
well,
which
I
is
mean, if you count
also
the next real, if you count the next real game,
next,
this wait's nothing.
the next physical
But
game I meant. But
Yeah.
so
yeah.
there's way too much platforming in DMC4,
Yeah.
and like in 1 and 3, it's fine, it's manageable. You're never the only real big bad platforming segment that you have to do is the hallway that the secret mission that I had issues with earlier, if you remember, the final ascent, like the sort of vertical hall takes place in. That's a bit rough,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's not unmanageable. I hate those fucking orbs that you platform with the Devil Bringer. I despise them.
Yeah, the ones where you have
It's
to like grab on and they drag you around.
yeah, it's manageable if there's like 2 or 3 of them. If there's any more, you have this real difficulty managing your momentum in a way that has you go where the little orbs lead to. And I hate that. It's awful and it sucks. And I'm very glad that DMC5 made it a lot simpler.
Yes.
Yeah, it's more just like grab and go kind of thing.
Yeah, you at most you have like a couple, and it's just, to get to different places instead of, well, hey, now here's this fun little puzzle where if you fall down from this kind of, slightly difficult platforming puzzle, you have to fight a whole gauntlet of enemies again. Isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Don't you like that? Ah.
That is miserable.
There's a bit of
it's
padding, it
rough.
feels like, and I feel like that's some of it.
Oh yeah.
Padding and reused content.
Yes.
So, oh geez, there's
Isn't it like 30% of the game?
I think there's, oh geez, how many bosses are there? Like, there are a lot of boss fights.
Yeah.
There's
You
like
know?
6 bosses, but a bunch more fights. Let's see.
Yeah, every
Wow,
single
that's not
boss
great.
is reused except for Credo Angelo,
Yep.
the Mission 18 Savior fight, and the one boss fight that takes place against a fucking window.
That one was weird. I remember that now. Fuck.
Yeah, you like throw these weird fish that turn into swords into a window.
Yeah.
Which, I
forgot
mean,
what
interesting
happens after
idea.
that.
Yeah, the
A
containment
story
room.
spoiler.
Yeah.
A story spoiler happens
Fair
after
enough.
that.
Fair enough. I think I now know which one you're talking about. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
But
So
Let's
there's-
play 4.
10 bosses,
Oh.
but most of
nope,
You kind of
you roboted out.
Oh,
Oh, I said there are 10 bosses
Yeah.
overall.
Okay.
yeah.
It
That's
seems like there's a
not-
lot less than that.
That's not great.
It's
because
they
you're gonna have,
reused
like, so many
Yeah.
reused. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Which-
you fight
Yeah.
Burial twice, you fight the fucking Snake Woman twice, you fight the Big Frog Boy twice, you fight Agnes Angelo twice, you fight Sanctus twice, you fight Dante twice. The only ones that you don't
Yeah.
the only boss fights, the things that I would count as boss fights that aren't reused are Credo Angelo, the Savior fight in Mission 18, which, by the way, is like 70% just a stage hazard,
Yeah.
and then the one against the window. And
They probably wanted to reuse that one.
they might have. I mean, you do go through that same area with Dante, because I forgot to mention all of Dante's missions are just doing Nero's missions backwards.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's fun and
It's
cool.
mostly mirror mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, you play through Nero. You play as Nero from mission 1 to 11.
Yep.
And then Dante from 12 to 18. and then for the last 2 missions, 19 and 20 plays Nero, which I don't mind.
I mean, I don't mind that either.
It's just
when we get to 5,
I wish Dante got different missions.
when we get to 5, I'll talk about something I really like, and then something that's kind of a little iffy on execution, but it's a similar idea.
Yeah,
But
I feel like I know what you're talking about. But
yeah, but 5 does it better than 4, a lot better.
really quick,
Yes.
DMC1 did reuse their boss fights, and in fact, I'm pretty sure every single one of them was reused in DMC1. However,
Yeah.
each time you meet them, it's a different key story moment. There's dialogue, and also they don't reuse the move sets. They have new moves for each encounter,
Yeah, it's
And-
the same
That makes
boss,
all the difference.
different event.
and they all take place in pretty vastly different arenas.
Yes.
And
Arenas, yeah.
in 4, the only boss fight that repeats in a different arena, like structurally,
Yeah.
is Dante in mission 1, and then in mission 10 you fight in a room that's more or less the same size, but there's a big fucking thing in the middle. And you would be surprised at how much putting a big fucking thing in the middle of like, a boss fight arena really changes it.
Yeah.
But
You can.
Burial, you fight in the exact same location that you did as Nero. Same with the Snake Woman. Same with the Big Frog. Agnes Angelo, you fight in a similarly sized room with no real large areas of cover.
Yeah.
Sanctus, you fight in a sort of vaguely semicircular arena. It's all just very, very similar arenas for the exact same fights, and it's just rough. It's not great.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah.
Like, it's very tiring. It makes it feel more like a chore.
It is, and well, real quick before I get into my specific issue that made it feel even more like a chore, the final boss. So you know how the final boss was like a straightforward fight against Mundus in like a weird kind of place.
Yeah.
The final boss in DMC4 is a QuickTime event without the prompt.
Oh god.
So
Fuck
the
it,
savior
welcome
is like
back to
this.
Halo 4.
Yeah. It's this big, like, the savior, I've mentioned it before, is this, like, this big statue kind of thing with the souls of a bunch of different people in it, and, like, the Order is going to use it for something.
Some way.
I'm not sure what. I think it's just because I was not really paying attention, and I was very upset at the game at that point.
Yeah.
But, you're Nero on the ground, and... the savior's coming in for you, about to fucking squish you like a bug. He slams his fist down, you double breaker it. He brings his fists in, you double breaker him. His head lowers down to you, you double breaker it. You're done with the game. Congratulations.
It's pretty weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really do want to say, it's a good game.
Yeah, it's fun.
It really is a good
Yeah.
game. It's just, it
Once
has
you
big
know-
flaws.
Yeah, it's a good game if you're just starting out with the series or something. Like, you're not really going to
That's
know
fair.
all of the problems,
Yeah.
and it's going to take a while to kind of let all that set in a way. I mean, I think that there were a lot of like internal things going on with Capcom. This was like during the huge period of like
Yeah.
restructuring and trying to
Late-
appeal to the West or whatever.
Late 2000s, early 2010s Capcom was kind of rough. But
They had
I
their bangers, but they also had their problems.
they did. Resident Evil 5 was good despite being kind of not really a Resident Evil game.
I love Dead Rising
Yeah, it's
2.
Dead Rising 2 was a banger.
Oh yeah.
But real quick before I get to my huge issue, a couple of cool things about the game. So chronologically this takes place after DMC2. And if you play through them in chronological order, it really does just seem like Dante is turned into a villain at the beginning. Because the first you see of him, aside from like a cameo of him just kind of standing and watching out over like an expanse of the city, is Nero and his lady love are in a fucking like a ceremony. And the Pope Sanctus, he's not the actual Pope, he's like the leader of the order, comes out and he starts preaching about Sparta and how he's like really cool and he definitely doesn't want to suck his dick.
Yeah.
And then Dante just kind of falls in through a window, lands on the altar, and then shoots him in the head.
Yeah.
And then like there's this whole massive chaos and pandemonium that happens, and he's your first boss fight. And I gotta say,
out of nowhere.
it is very like it's an easy fight, but it's very intimidating, and I'm pretty sure it was at the time to have your first exposure to the gameplay of this game be a boss fight against the protagonist of the previous 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's a
it
great
really,
idea too.
yeah, it's great, and honestly, it's not really that poorly executed. I like it. It's good,
Yeah.
and it really does make it seem like Dante's he's become the villain. He's become the Junker.
It is.
Because, you know, if you take it chronologically, before he was being all broody and kind of, you know, melancholy during his boring ass mission,
It's a little
and now he's just shooting a pope in the face.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah, he
having
got
him-
sick of playing DMC too, and now he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, Special Edition has the most playable characters in any Devil May Cry game.
Yeah, there's like 6.
Because 5.
5. Okay.
Devil May Cry 1 has
Yeah.
a single character. You know, you just play as Dante. DMC2 has 3, because Trish also counts. 3 Special Edition has 2. 5 Special Edition has 4. And 4 Special Edition has Dante, Nero, Trish, Lady, and Virgil.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
cast.
okay, that makes sense.
All right.
So, yeah. And also, Lady and Trish breast boobily everywhere.
Oh god,
It's great.
yes, they do.
True.
Um,
Often.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the hell their bras are, to be quite honest.
and then
You
said
know, they're just
I have-
restrictive.
I have one more thing against Devil May Cry 4, though.
okay. We'll be quick.
The
with
PC version of Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition has save corruption issues, baby! Yeah!
Woo! Yay!
Oh, man.
I remember you mentioning
some-
this.
I got to mission 10, which, by the way, in my opinion, the hardest fucking mission in the game. Although, there might be a reason that I think that. We'll get to that in a sec. It's rough, because Devil May Cry 4, DMC4 also has this issue with weird timing puzzles. Because, like, there's this time slowing mechanic that's introduced for a few missions. And you activate like a clock and time slows and you have to make your way through this fucking laser fucking gauntlet. And there's this long ass hallway that is from hell where you have to slow time. And then in the limited amount of time that you have while time is slowed, you have to like weave in and out of this like side scrolling hell of like lasers where sometimes they'll just move for no reason. It's really fun and really cool.
Sounds
And
like
yeah, it's horrible. I hate it. Mission 10 is the worst, but you have a cool boss fight against Dante at the end. So hey,
There.
there's something to look forward to. And you know, I was having fun. You know, I was having fun again. I was happy that I didn't have to go through that horrible laser gauntlet again. And then, wouldn't you know it, my game kept crashing immediately after defeating Dante.
Great.
My save got
We've been having
corrupted.
So many issues with this shit lately.
It's only been 2, but still,
I guess
they've been
but
bad.
very bad. Yeah.
And I kind of had to grapple with what the fuck to do, because my options were start over and play through an entire half of the game again, including grinding for proud souls and red orbs, or download a 100% save and trivialize the rest of the game for myself. I chose the second one.
The second one made way more sense, I think. It's like, leave the save after you finish the main game. Makes sense.
So I downloaded the save, and if you're gonna play DMC4 on PC, the special edition at least, it's not a deal breaker. Just be sure after every time you stop playing to back up your save, because it's better to replay. Well, I would recommend doing it every like 2 missions, just like quitting, backing up your save. It's in your documents folder in the subfolder Capcom, and you should be able to find it from there. Just back up your save every 2 or 3 missions, because it's better to replay 2 or 3 missions than to have to play through half of the fucking game again.
True.
Yeah, no one needs that.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, the rest of the missions might have been a bit too easily because of that, but I mean, even then, I'd grinded up for all of Nero's stuff anyway. So I only really trivialized Dante's part of the game, or so I keep coping to myself. So yeah, Devil May Cry 4. All in all, it's a really shitty game. I like it.
All right. We're gonna talk about DMC Devil May Cry. Gabe, I'm gonna let you introduce it while I light 3 cigarettes and smoke them at the same time, because that's the game's kind of.
Hell yeah!
All right. Okay, let's do
We'll
this.
do a fit check after
DMC
for both.
Devil May Cry.
Oh yeah, real quick fit
do
check.
Side by side, actually, true.
Well,
So,
yeah, you get that ready. I'm lighting these 3 cigarettes.
Devil May Cry 4 Dante. It's fine. It's all right. The cowboy boots are a strange addition, but I dig them.
This was
It's kind of a nice.
Never mind.
Yeah, why are you doing this?
I hate my.
I
Yeah.
can see the look on your face. Your face just dropped.
It was funny. Go on there, Tristan. Sorry.
So the
Jesus
chaps.
Christ, Bane.
I don't know why they turned him into a kind of a cowboy looking guy. In fact, I think this is part of the reason that DMC Devil May Cry sucked so bad in terms of like, presenting
They call him
Dante.
a gay cowboy or something.
They did, and
Well,
I mean, looking at this, I can kind of see it.
Mm.
He has cowboy boots. He has chaps. I mean, he hasn't fucked a woman before.
This is true.
Yeah.
He looks like
he's
the
presumably heterosexual, as it
The
were.
I do
on his,
like the
like-
rolled up sleeves.
the straps on his like chest belt thing just looks like he's got a Sonichu medallion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody do that. Somebody make that.
Somebody
Make it a
put Dante
mod. I'll
in Sonic
download
Shoe.
it. But I mean, I don't mind it. It's fine.
I like the
It's
look.
it's a very middling costume for me. I do sadly genuinely prefer it to 3's, but only really because he at least has a fucking shirt on this time,
I mean,
Yes,
yeah.
I think the shirt looks better.
Yeah.
I like
Like
this.
I like this. I like the zip up. It's cool. And for Nero,
Yes.
motherfucking delete check sheesh looks
Oh, yeah.
fucking banger. Oh
That's
my
pretty
god.
great.
It
Yeah.
is a very good design, yeah.
It's slick.
I'm not entirely sure what these things are for, but
Like
hey, you know what
chaps,
he and
kinda.
Kyrie get up to in their own private business, and it ain't for me,
He's a bit chafed. It's fine.
But I mean, like genuinely, he looks fucking cool.
Yeah. All right. So, remake. The Devil May Cry remake was announced in 2010.
A
2
huge
years.
fucking shit show.
It was a clusterfuck, to put it nicely.
Yeah.
It was announced 2 years after 4, which didn't do the best, but I don't think did the worst. It was fine. It sales wise was a little goofy, but we eventually, because
Once again, was during the Capcom's big attempt to like
The
pivot
Westernize.
toward the West, and no one really cared for that.
in some ways it
in
was
this case,
successful.
Oh,
that it off.
That is
Wow.
the worst fucking that's the worst indictment of a game. The wiki image on the DMC wiki is very low resolution, so that's
what
cool.
about
Yeah.
the definitive? That's the question. What about the definitive? Because I feel like that one's probably more well known, actually.
Okay,
There you go.
it's just not quite as it's
God.
not quite as
It's not quite as cool
iconic
as
of
the
a
They
Rockstar.
got
sorry.
they got so scared of like DMC reboot Dante not having the white hair. They leaned into that so much harder in
Well,
the.
see,
in
Well,
the
that's just his
definitive
devil
edition.
trigger.
Yeah, well, see, also
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
cover is
even
just
the
devil trigger.
even the cover is like, look, he's got the white hair now. Did
Oh,
you
yeah.
see? Did you notice? Not in a million years.
Well, see, but here's the thing: at the end of the game, you know what? Fuck it, I don't even care about spoilers. Still play it. I think it's fun enough to play, but
Yeah.
But at the end of the game, he gets a white hair after the Virgil fight. Like,
Yeah.
again, I'm going full
Spoilers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about the spoilers for this game because it's the DMC Devil May Cry reboot.
Yeah.
Still play it; it's fun. The story's the worst part.
You can get it for
Um,
super cheap.
yeah,
It's worth the price.
Dante shoots a pregnant woman in the belly.
She was
Yeah,
kind of evil, to put it nicely.
I mean,
it's
what mother
it's
do you know
definitely
that
just a funny
isn't?
thing to say, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
In
out of
DMC,
context.
DMC Devil May Cry, Virgil stabs him at the end
Yeah.
in like a midst of a fight where they're both in their devil trigger, and it leaves him with the white hair permanently. It's whatever. It's
I mean, it's an
whatever.
interesting reason, I guess.
It's a fun way of doing it. It's like they're both in the middle of such a big fight between them where they're both pushing themselves to their limit, and it permanently alters them each in some way.
Yeah.
I will say the Virgil design in this game is actually not bad at all. Like the costume itself,
especially
is
near the
At
end.
least not right now.
Well, no, near the end.
At launch, it was rough for
Right.
one very
Yeah.
specific reason.
Okay, yeah, the fedora, it was hilarious, but eventually he
Yes.
drops a fedora. He tips Milady.
Let me see if I can
he
find
drops
that,
it.
actually.
it's more of a bowler hat than a fedora. It's weird.
If you go to Virgil's actual page, it should be in the gallery because they have a remake gallery for both of them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hang
so
on.
yeah.
I gotta go. back and
but
find
yeah,
it.
so the gist of DMC Devil May Cry, I guess I'll do this quickly,
Yes.
is a reboot following a young man who's Dante, same thing, son of Ava and Sparta, so on and so forth, fights demons, but in this
Ava's
game,
an angel
it's
this
with-
time.
Oh, you got to go back up and then go to
Ava's an
DMC
angel this
one.
time, yeah.
It's a sub menu.
In this case,
Go DMC.
yeah.
No.
No,
Look up
there.
at the top. At the top.
Oh, I
Main
see.
DMC. In this case, the fights always kind of shift into another reality. It's like he's being sucked into another dimension, which leads to some cool things with like how the arenas change and warp and alter themselves. But
Yeah.
sometimes it's just kind of whatever. But anyways, stuff happens. Comes across a mysterious man with white hair who's telling him that the fight against the demons and the demon Lord Mundus is getting out of hand.
Yes.
And of course it's Virgil, so on and so forth. It's whatever.
In this version, it is Mundus, not Mundus, by the way.
It's Mundus, yeah.
Mundus. A Mundus?
Yeah, so they patched out the... I think you can still get it. Oh, it's goofing out on me for a second. There we go.
Oh, all right.
All right, so
yeah.
So yeah, he
There
had
we
a he had a bowler hat fedora trilby. He tipped
Yeah.
Milady. But the thing is, I don't remember if he took. I think he took it off in the original release because I remember him not having it.
Yeah,
at a
he
certain
takes it
point on
off
the
after like
360.
2 missions.
Yeah,
He takes
like-
it off after like 2 missions.
And even then, people hated it so much that they took it out entirely.
patched it.
I don't
mean,
know
it's-
what
but
the fuck
bring
they
up-
were thinking.
It's
Let's
funny.
look at his actual like outfit as Virgil and not like this,
Yeah,
because this
because
is just
of
kind of
Wiki.
when he's wandering around.
Yeah, I went ahead and closed it, so give me a second to navigate back to it.
Yeah, take
You're
your time.
good.
But anyways, a lot of the same stuff, except now in this game, Virgil is the leader of the Order, who we mentioned before. I like it. I
Looks
like the blue
okay.
trim inner coat. I
Yeah.
like the flower pattern going up it.
The armband's a bit on the nose.
Armband's a little
It is,
goofy, but
yeah.
everything else, I admittedly,
I
kind of dig.
think it's a good outfit.
Kind of.
It's okay.
I would wear a fucking.
I could
pant-
see a
cape like
secondary
that.
villain in a real Devil May Cry game wear this.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But anyways, the game was generally received very poorly by fans of the franchise. The
Yeah.
original version of it, when it launched, was a bit of a
Especially-
mess.
It was 30
Well, I mean,
frames. It was-
I mean,
Yeah.
before it came out, it was a huge fucking controversy. The guy who was
Yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
leading up the game, Tamim Antoniades, I think.
and it's I don't know, it's some weird
he-
name.
He looked almost exactly like in real life, like the DMC reboot
Yeah.
Dante.
He
Like
had a
they had
similar
some
look.
different. They had some different. He's older and everything, but like
Yeah.
they had a
More
different
Spanish.
earlier. They had an earlier version of the reboot design
Yes.
of Dante where
I'm
he was
sending it
more.
now, yeah.
He was more epic, edgy. He looked like the Crow
There
or
he is.
some shit. It was
Yeah.
like
So
much further from the
yeah,
and people would always point him out, and this like the main thing was Tamim had the exact same haircut,
yeah, he
and
was
so everyone
pulling
was
that
like,
style.
this is just like a
Self-insert.
self-insert fucking thing, and he started being really like Yeah, disrespectful to the fans, talking about how old Dante is not cool. This Dante is gonna be cool, and it just seemed
And
like
the
Shadow
thing
the
is,
Hedgehog.
The funny part
This-
about him, like them saying that this Dante would be cool, is he's the most. I really can't I really have a decent name for it besides like corpo punk, I guess,
Huh.
where it's like a fucking
Yeah.
middle-aged white guy's idea of what punk is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say that the final design is a lot
It's
closer
okay.
to punk than this one was.
The
when you look at them side by side, it highlights that the new design is actually better.
Oh
yeah,
god,
it's
Yeah.
he doesn't look like he's been fucking malnourished.
well,
Well,
so
but also you can also tell a lot
Probably
more
survived by
personality from this shot. Like it's conveying
I
something
mean, he's
about
got
He-
he's
attitude.
He has a
like-
British flag on his fucking arm though.
He's
That's cringe.
at least 10% of the way to doing the DreamWorks face, so like that's helping give him some personality.
he's doing a little DreamWorks face, but you know,
I-
he's kind of tilting his guns to the side a little bit. You know, I see where it's coming from.
To be
also
completely memes aside, the jacket's all right.
The jacket is nice.
I like
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
jacket.
say. As is evident from me literally wearing a replica of it down to like the sleeve.
Yeah.
Like, it's
I mean,
a good
and
jacket. It's a
It
good
doesn't
design.
look bad in real life either, which
Yeah.
is hard sometimes. with
It is
everything.
something that a real person could wear.
Exactly.
Like
It is
it
a
has a
cool
pattern
design.
lining inside. It
Oh, that's
has
cool,
the
actually.
patch. Like
I do like it. I've always liked a lot of aspects of this remake. I think my biggest thing to say is if this had been its own IP, I genuinely think we would have gotten a follow up.
Yeah.
Well, its own IP, and with an asterisk, it had launched. It decided to launch
Not in 30 FPS.
well, not in 30 FPS and not on the fucking 360 and PS3. The Xbox
Yeah.
One and PS4 were out in like 8
Yeah.
months.
It looked
If-
like it not only that, but like it had it's a 30 FPS, but also it didn't have a lot of the stuff like Bloody Palace or whatever, but it didn't even
Yeah,
have
no.
some of the difficulty settings, I think.
it didn't even have
And-
lock on.
It did
Oh
Oh
not.
my god.
The
No,
ones-
lock on was
I didn't
added
even
in
know
the
that.
definitive edition.
It was.
That's
thing I was-
horrible.
I was gonna say they didn't have that many monsters at any point. Like there was no difficulty setting in the initial game where you could actually have like anywhere near as many monsters as you could do on screen in 4, and then 4 was 60
Four-
FPS and pretty
Yeah,
solid.
and
Oh yeah.
in the
Yeah.
4 special edition, I didn't even mention, has Legendary Dark Knights mode, which has like a shit ton of enemies.
Oh,
which
yeah.
they later brought back,
They did.
thankfully.
Yeah.
The definitive edition is what this game should have been.
Yeah.
Exactly. The cool thing for me about this game is that it's very clearly leaning into a specific it's not going for the same vibe as the original games, which is obvious. But I think when you look past the actual like writing and how bad it is and look at how the game holds together aesthetically, gameplay wise, musically, level
I
design,
will say,
art direction,
aesthetically, aside from like the kind of bad designs on some of the characters, in my opinion, like some of the stages just look fucking cool.
Oh yes.
Like
there's
I
some
will,
great levels.
no
They-
matter what, despite all of my complaints and misgivings about what the game will probably is,
Yeah.
a lot of the things that I've heard about it that make me go, ooh,
I think.
I will always maintain fucking Fox News, the level.
Oh
It's
god.
really
yes.
fucking cool.
It's a pretty cool
Oh,
concept. Yeah.
I mentioned it the other day, but there's a boss fight. For full context, there's a character throughout the game who's a demon, and he's a news reporter. The game
Yes. Bob
goes for
Bartz.
more of a. The
Rush
game goes
Limbaugh.
for more of a. You can only see how the demons are manipulating reality when you get sucked into limbo. It's very They Live, where it's like
Yes.
once you get
Okay.
sucked into limbo, you see an amusement park, and the amusement park is like warped and is trying to coax you into spending as much money as possible to go on all the rides and feel something.
Oh,
Kind of.
so it's a
Yeah.
subtle social commentary.
It's a
If-
subtle social commentary.
If you look into the posts that I made, I posted a screenshot. If you want to scroll up there, Tristan.
Yeah, give me a sec scroll.
It is non-subtle, to put it nicely. But also I think that works in its favor in moments because it's trying to it is trying to beat you over the head with what it's saying, but Dante is also kind of dumb enough. He needs to be able to
Subtle.
submit to death.
Subtle.
Dante is a
Yeah,
stupid
like,
moron in this game, and in general.
It's
but especially
very
in this
on
game.
the nose, but I think it makes the aesthetic stuff a lot more fun because the game's clearly going for more of like a.
Bane, you fuck. Activate Windows.
No, I'm not
My
giving
God,
the
I
players
just noticed that.
any more of
Pirate
my
it.
money.
Jesus Christ.
The game is
Um,
very like it's like the video game equivalent of a wake up sheeple message on the internet.
Yeah.
It's very I'm 14 and this is deep. It always has been. I mean, and I can appreciate it for that reason. I mean, there's definitely a value to cringe.
Oh yeah,
You know, whether or
it's
not it's
also
intentional.
it's also unabashedly like it is. The writer believes in what they're saying. At least it's what I feel. What
Well,
they're saying is a little
the-
goofy, but
What I was gonna say before is like with all the aesthetic stuff, the fun thing is that it's clearly going for like industrial punk, which is why they have a band like Combat Christ doing the
Yes.
music for it, like metalcore in your face, like loud and angry. So
And
like
it's
tying
good for
that
that
with
kind of
such an
music, too.
overt message. Oh, also the soundtrack's pretty great. But there's also one thing that I prefer in this game over the others, and it's some of the rating system names. Now,
yes.
we've mentioned the style system throughout this, where we say you have to like do combos to get higher ratings, and each of them D, C, B, A, S, and up to triple S have different names. Where it's in the first game, it's dull, cool, bravo, awesome, stylish.
Yeah.
In some games, I don't like them. DMC5, I never liked the style rating names. I don't know,
don't
something
mind
about
it in
them was
5.
like, oh, they're
Yeah.
dismal, crazy, badass, apocalyptic, savage
apocalyptic
into
fucks,
6
not
skills.
in a bad way.
Yeah.
Side,
DMC Devil May Cry takes it a different way, where they kind of ramp it up in like brutality. So it's dirty, cruel, brutal, anarchic, savage into the triple S's.
Oh, whoops!
And
I
I
dropped my anarchy symbol.
I kind of prefer that because the ratings have like a consistent escalation, whereas in some of the games it's just like cool.
Yes.
What starts with a B?
It's
brilliant.
DMC4 launch was big up.
Big Up was really fucking funny.
Big
That's
up
great.
series.
Like, you know.
I think they changed it with Bingo.
I
No,
think
it's
so.
brutal.
Brutal. All right,
Bingo
that's
would've been
actually
hot.
a lot better.
No, I like. Bingo.
Also, I have to say the alpha names of the DMC4 ones are really funny. They're Do It, Come On, Big Up, All That, Slammin' Beat. Double S is Smash Hit, with the 2 S's in Smash being the 2 S's.
I mean, it's creative. I'll give them that.
And then the last one is Stylish Showtime, with the 2 S's in Stylish being the double S. And then they changed those and made them, Smokin' style, Smokin' 6 style, which is way better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Big Up.
I
I
don't
also
know.
like
I-
Smokin' Sexy Style from DMC5.
Smokin' Sexy style is very good.
a good
DMC Devil May Cry has some good stuff. It's a very mixed bag, but I think overall it's very fun, and the levels really make it worth playing once. You know.
It's not everyone's cup of tea, and I think that especially if you are a fan of the franchise, it's really hard to look at this and say it's worth playing. But I
Yeah,
also-
like
It makes
there's
it
a lot
harder
of
to,
things.
play it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I just know about the game that are just genuinely keeping me from even wanting to play it. Like the 30 FPS thing, even though the definitive edition fixed it,
That's rough, yeah.
the fact that they thought to release it in a state where it is mainly 30 FPS.
The state it launched in
That's
is
rough.
inexcusable.
Yeah.
Like, that's
There's-
not okay.
The
And then, like-
360 and PS3 versions are rough. Don't play those, please.
The color-coded enemies.
Everything was fucking 30 FPS because it was more
Yeah.
film-like or whatever.
Filmic.
Some of that was
It's
an excuse.
theatrical.
Some of that was
Film.
some of that was an excuse though to keep that generation going as long as it did. Some of that
Yeah.
was The 360 and PS3 should not have went as long as it did because of how little memory there was. Like
It was like
both of them,
almost 10
512.
years, right? Like 8
11.
something.
11.
Oh, jeez.
And we're approaching that on
Yeah,
this
because I was
generation.
gonna say.
This last one, PS4, Xbox One.
Yeah.
Already
But,
over a
It's
decade.
not even
what was I
this
saying?
generation anymore.
Fucking the color coded enemies. Like even though it's not,
Yeah.
I think it's the definitive edition that makes it more of a suggestion.
Yeah.
And I mean,
yeah, so
it's not.
Yeah.
That's not a deal breaker in and of itself. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure every single game has enemies that have weaknesses.
Yeah.
Like
And they can only be beat with certain weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, like in 1 and 4, the frosts can like they're damaged a lot more by Ifrit, and also I'm pretty sure Exceed.
Yeah.
Like Red Queen's Exceed. To be fair, everything's damaged more when you use Exceed.
The other thing I like is that DMC Devil May Cry gives you a lot of tools to work with. Way more than you would expect of like a shitty reboot.
Yeah.
Because you have, by the end of the game, you have at least 3 guns. Because there's Ebony and Ivory, there's the shotgun, which is just like Coyote, and then there's a grenade launcher type where you can like stack it up on enemies and then detonate them all at once or across multiple
That's
enemies.
actually pretty cool.
It's fun.
There's Rebellion. There's 3 angel weapons.
There is, and there's 3 angel
and then
devil
there's
weapons.
And then there's 3 devil weapons. So that's like 9 weapons.
Yeah.
And all of them have a lot of really distinct tools. Like there's the like kicking, punching devil tool one. There's the big hefty axe. There's the scythe that you can use to like scoop a bunch of enemies up into the air to do aerial combos. The scythe is so cool.
Honestly, I think that might be a bit too many weapons. Because that's
fun.
7 melee weapons. That's a bit.
But they each have completely different functionality.
Yeah, but the way I described it is technically you've got 3 at the same time because you can always hold RT or LT for those other 2 weapons.
Okay, all right.
So you don't have to like press a menu. You don't have to switch in and out or like use the D-pad. It is literally just if you want it, hold the trigger, press X, press Y. From there,
all right,
it does that. And you can switch.
Yeah, and you swap them on the D-pad. The D-pad, you switch between guns. You switch what gun you have, what melee, what angel weapon you have, and what devil weapon you have. So as you're doing a combo with an angel weapon, say you use the scythe and you launch enemies into the air, and you start doing like the aerial rave that launches them really high up. You can switch your devil weapon to make sure you're on the like gauntlets and boots to make sure you can do a stomp move to carry them down. And while you're doing the stomp move, you can switch your angel weapon back to do stuff with the shuriken weapons or whatever. Like there's a lot of cool ways you can do it.
Again, there is a lot of potential in this game. It's just some of it's misguided, some of it was due to technical execution.
I will say the biggest thing that is keeping me from like actually like taking the plunge and at the very least legally downloading it. Being able to launch yourself off of platforms is an actual fucking sin.
I don't hate it. I don't.
In a character action game, it is tantamount to murder.
I do like that you have 2 grappling hooks, one for pulling you towards things and one for pulling things towards you. And
that's true, yeah. I forgot to mention that. The angel and devil also applies to your grapple. So you can use those to either launch yourself or pull enemies to you or go to specific grapple points or pull things to you.
Yeah, throw an enemy up in the air, hit a couple others, pull yourself to that one. It can be a lot of fun. It really can be.
Yeah. I don't know. I at least appreciate the effort in giving so many tools to the player. But again, this game would be better if it was not a Devil May Cry game.
Yes.
It would be better if it was a distinct thing trying to be like DMC. But I think that's all there is to really say about it.
Literally name it like Anarchy in Hell or Anarchy in DW, like the Demon World.
Anarchy Reigns.
Yeah, actually, that would have been a better title.
I think that's already taken.
That would have been a better title.
What's that new game? Hell is Us.
There's
a new game coming out called Hell is Us.
You know what? I
called it something like that.
What would actually have been a better title from a game that I've thought had a great title, but I've not played it and I've heard it's really bad. Wanted Dead, like Wanted, Dead.
That's
Yeah.
actually a pretty cool title.
It's a great title for a game that is kind of a turd, if I'm being honest, from everything I've seen. But I'll pick
That's
it
a
up
damn
eventually.
shame.
But yeah,
but yeah.
So yeah, Devil May Cry, Devil May Cry.
Shouldn't have been a DMC game, and it was so. Even in the game, there was like the moment where the mop lands on his head, and he sees himself in the mirror with the white hair, and he goes, "Not in a million years."
I mean,
I don't know
Yeah.
if it was meant
Cue
to be
laugh
like
track.
disrespectful to the fans, but
I don't
that
think it
coupled
was.
because it wasn't
The
just
fat
the
guy,
fact that
the fat guy in the shirt with a 5 on it was absolutely meant to.
No,
Like,
there's
there's no
No, that's
question.
Vitality. That's the soft drink.
Are you sure?
Yes,
it
that's
was
the-
very
yeah,
much a
that's the- that's
5.
the Slurm.
The V is for their in-world like
No, it was like a
Coca-Cola.
number 5.
Well, but,
Like
but
a
no,
num-
it's
a-
the
a nu-
it is the soft logo of Vitality is just a V.
The Arabic number, the Arabic numeral 5.
Or the letter V. I'm serious.
It wasn't a V.
No, I'm serious on this. This
I specifically
I'm very-
remember in one of the fucking cutscenes there was a guy with the
he's-
number
he's-
5
well,
on the
he's
shirt,
drinking-
not
he's
a
drinking
Roman
can,
numeral.
But I swear on my life that's a reference to a soft drinking game. I
every
swear
day
on my
ends
life.
with a Tums festival.
That is one on that. I don't think that's a reference towards like, oh, you're never getting DMC5. I don't.
We'll have to figure it out. I mean, probably not intentionally.
I
but-
really do think we're referencing different things then, because
Yeah.
there was
I was
a
gonna
guy
say.
with the number 5 on his shirt, a big stereotypical gross fat nerd guy,
I don't remember
not drinking a can with a V
I mean,
on it, like
but
the
the
number
thing-
5.
The thing was that like Tamim was outwardly hostile to fans of the previous games,
too.
but then also
Yeah.
all of the marketing surrounding it was like the beginnings of the way everything is now, where it was like, fuck you, toxic fanboys. And it kept coming back to the thing with his hair. Like they claimed
That
that
felt like
everybody was just
journalists. That
well,
felt-
yeah, but that was just all the marketing surrounding the game. All the journalism, every like story that came out, it seemed like it was
Shit.
basically just like the toxic, entitled fanboys are mad that Dante's hair is different, and it's like, no, they're mad about
I
like
wish
a
it was
lot
that
of
simple.
things. Yeah. And I don't know. It was like it was a bad situation for a game that was
Yeah.
pretty good from everything I understand about it.
It was enjoyable. I've paid for far worse.
I had some fun
paid
when I
full
played
price
it.
for far worse.
Same. I don't even I haven't even like really gotten into the game. I played a little bit of it a long time ago,
Yeah.
but even then, I'll confidently say that I've paid for worse. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've bought Resident Evil 6 more than once.
Oh.
I bought GTA 6 or GTA 5 7 times.
GTA 5 is an okay game.
Yeah, but
Bought
GTA 5's not a
every
bad game.
version
Seven-
of GTA 5.
7 versions. Yeah, I've probably got a problem. We should go to 5 now.
But
though.
Yeah,
I was gonna say we should start.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
kinda
between,
getting tired. It's about 3.5 hours almost.
Yeah, so between Devil May Cry 4 and Devil May Cry 5's announcement, it was
A lot of stuff.
10 years. 10 fucking years, and it took an extra year for it to actually come out.
Yeah, we got the definitive edition of the remake, and then the special edition of 4, and then HD collection on both 360 and PS3.
I think
and
HD
then
collection was
Xbox
Oh,
One.
HD collection was like 2011, I think.
Oh, I thought that was okay. All right, yeah,
Because I think it was like the 10th
yeah.
anniversary of the series itself. I
You are
think.
correct.
I might be wrong.
But yeah, eventually we got that on next gen. That's what I was thinking of.
Yes,
In
we
between
did.
5. So
Yeah.
5 kind of came out of. Did it come out of nowhere? It felt like it kind of.
It really did.
Pretty much
Yeah.
came out
Like
of nowhere.
it was just an Xbox showcase, and then Capcom's announcing something. I wonder
When
if
they
maybe the
announced
Resident Evil
it,
2 remake.
I thought it was a sequel to the fucking
Yeah,
remake.
because like at the time I didn't really know anything about Nero's character. I saw
Yeah.
short hair, and I was like, oh, they're doing this again.
Yeah. Also, Nero
But no,
looks.
it's
He looks kind of distractingly like DMC Dante.
He does. I don't know
Kind
why
of,
they
but
made his hair shorter. He looks just like
honest.
that
That's
character.
that's the thing, though. Taken as a whole, without the cloud of DMC Devil May Cry over
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
looming like a malaise over the whole thing, I do prefer short hair Nero.
I do too.
Yeah, I mean, he looks less like Dante this way, like normal Dante.
Yeah.
It helps stand him apart between him and V, because we have not talked about
yeah.
it, but
There is V, yeah.
so this game has 3 protagonists in its core story. It has Dante, who is now, he looks like he's in his 50s.
He's an old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An old fucker.
He's seasoned very well. I'll go full screen on that. You can see him right there. Then you've got Nero, who's kind of came into his own after the events of 4. And then you've got this mysterious, interesting new character named V.
Yeah, I didn't put him in the thumbnail.
Yeah, we did not put V in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Cough. But yeah, Devil May Cry
Listen.
5.
Listen. Hang on. I gotta get to the passage where all of the shit that V says.
While you're pulling that up real quick, I'll say this. Devil May Cry 5 is probably the most successful game of the franchise. It was everywhere. It was on Xbox, PlayStation, PC, Game Pass at one point. They pushed this game as hard as they could, and it sold like fucking gangbusters. I think 5 million.
Listen.
All right.
Yeah.
Dip him in the river who loves water.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And listen, I love water, and we swimming with this one, boys.
Take me to the river. Dip me in the water.
It looks so fucking cool. Like,
so obviously, as we said at the start, all of us here have played 5.
Yep.
5 is the most accessible one right now. It's really fucking good.
You can get it on everything.
Yeah, it's also just a great game.
It runs well on last gen too. It was an Xbox One, PS4 title, and it runs amazingly on the base consoles.
It runs decent on my PC if I'm not streaming it, and if I make sure to force it to DirectX 11 because it likes to go to fucking DirectX 12 and I can barely fucking run it that way.
Oh yeah, DX12 kind of fucks everything. But
it runs like up to 120 on PS5 consistently.
Oh, yeah.
It's great.
It's impressive how well it works.
If you've got a high hertz monitor TV, it's one of the best ones with the Series S and X.
The RE engine is just magic, I think, because even on my shit PC, a game that looks this fucking good is running.
It is. It is interesting how Capcom has moved to a new, very versatile engine, which like.
They made 2D games in it. It's great.
2D, 3D, different genres, and they all
different art styles.
Games, survival games,
big multiplayer shooter with Exoprimal.
Yeah, actually, that was on it.
Yeah, they've done a lot of crazy shit lately, and it's all with like few exceptions. Exoprimal, I don't know if it was successful or not. I feel like it probably wasn't, but.
It was not. No, people liked it, but it didn't do well.
I enjoyed it. I played the shit out of it, but
here's V.
Well, it was it's V.
Like, look at that! Look at that! That's just a guy.
Yeah,
that's not video games. That's guy.
Yeah, this is
pretty good.
This is one of those things where they have really ranked the technology, like full like face scans, everything.
The RE engine is just incredible.
We should talk really quick because we brought this up in private, but they have in the special editions now for next gen. You can watch the previs cutscenes where they would all.
No, that's just DLC. Well, that's just DLC for the base game.
Oh shit, I did not know
for
that.
The base game. Yeah.
Okay, well, hey, it's all in definitive edition or special. Gotta keep.
Like I'm pretty sure everything's included in special edition. Which would be nice if that came to PC with all of the extra cool stuff that it brings that DLC doesn't.
Does it not have it? Oh.
No. All right, so
it does not have.
Yeah, so the PC version of DMC5 has the base game, obviously. All the DLC that released up until the release of Special Edition and the Virgil version.
Virgin combat missions. Yes.
Virgil being able to play as the funny Katana Man.
Yes.
And that's it. Whereas the Special Edition also has Legendary Dark Knights, the bonus difficulty with a shit ton of enemies, ray tracing, and oh geez, my mind blanked. Turbo.
Yes.
Which has been included in every single Special Edition up to date. And I play exclusively on Turbo in 3. It's great.
Yeah, Turbo is very useful in a lot of these. Like again, it's one of the main ways I think I could probably recommend DMC Devil May Cry is because in Turbo
I will
it's
say,
actually pretty fun.
it does make some combos where you have to mash a lot harder to pull off.
Yes.
But that's a minority. It's for the most part, playing on Turbo is fucking fantastic.
You just gotta start thinking 20% faster. That's not that hard. Come on.
Yeah.
Get it up.
And that's what it does. It makes the game 20% faster.
Yep.
That's it. 1.2 times speed.
What else should we talk?
I have a lot to say about DMC5. I'm just kind of waiting for decent.
We should be.
Well, Nero.
That then.
Nero plays a lot smoother than he does in 5.
Yes.
In 4, rather.
Yeah,
Sorry.
He is now missing an arm. It was taken from him.
Yes, he got his arm ripped right off of him by a mysterious cloaked figure.
Yes, a mysterious cloaked figure.
What an
I will
That's
say
how the game opens, isn't it?
That is. Well,
it's not how the game.
Well, one of the.
It's not how the game opens. The game opens with him just missing an arm, but I'm pretty sure it's in mission
It's
in the like.
first
2 or 3.
Yeah, the intro to mission 1 or 2.
Mission, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's-
like
yeah.
after the intro boss fight thing, but like, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
But it shows the scene in full, and damn, like man got his arm ripped off. Crazy. But-
It's a real good scene.
Yeah, they're all heading to Redgrave City. Everyone's taking a
No,
trip
where
to
have we heard that
Redgrave
name
City.
before?
Yes.
But there's a new sort of arm thing for Nero where he has a robot arm,
Yes.
and it's called the Devil Breaker. And there are a lot of different cool variants. Here's the thing.
Mhm.
I am going to be doing some sort of minor gameplay and story spoilers talking about Nero's gameplay because it changes pretty drastically in the final mission.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to keep those spoilers as light as possible. But in the final mission, Nero gets his Devil Breaker abilities back from the previous the Devil Bringer. Sorry, the Devil Bringer from the previous game. Yes, and
Hard to keep it all
he gets those powers back, and that combined with the Devil Breaker system is really fucking cool. Like with just the Devil Breaker system, Nero's a bit underwhelming. But with the Devil Bringer, he really comes into his own. Like, oh my god!
I don't know. I think the breaker system is great. I think the pure versatility and customization of how you play the game is like.
It's very. What's your favorite?
I use a combination of Gerbera and what's the time stop one?
Ragtime.
That's it. Ragtime. I use a combination of Gerber or Ragtime because Gerber allows you to like catapult back and forth and up, so it gives you a lot of cool evasion tools and movement tools for combos. And then Ragtime is just cool.
Oh yeah,
I do like Ragtime for style points, but my two favorites I would say are Punchline, the one where it's literally the fucking rocket punch from Metal Gear Solid 5, and you can ride it.
Yeah,
you can fucking ride your rocket punch. And Tomboy. Tomboy is really fun. It is literally it supercharges your sword and gun, but you can't lock on. So it's a really cool trade-off.
I don't even remember.
It's the one that's like yellow and looks like a big fucking like machine hand.
Oh yeah. I remember this one.
That one's fun.
One of the I'll give my personal favorite here because it's gotten me out of sticky situations. The Sweet Surrender.
That's the Sexo arm.
The vibrating arm.
That was a good one.
That can heal you.
What does that motion remind you of, huh?
Yes.
Sorry,
what?
I'm just looking at them. I changed my answer.
Yeah.
Is it
my answer
breaker?
is Gerbera and Helter Skelter. Helter
Skelter's Helter. I never really found much of a use for Helter Skelter, but I really like the design.
I also like Pasta Breaker because it's funny.
The Pasta Breaker's funny. There's also the fucking Mega Man Buster arm.
Yes.
That's really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's actually
and also bananas.
Yes.
In fact, I might have a screenshot of bananas. Not quite on deck.
Isn't it?
No, that's Monkey Business.
Ah.
But Monkey Business is a model swap of Helter Skelter. It's the same functionality.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
maybe I did find use in it. Shit. Maybe I
Yeah,
should actually use it
thanks.
more then.
Um,
Let me see if I can find the banana, because there was this really funny point in my playthrough where I picked up a monkey business and I didn't like break out of my devil breakers for one of the fights with the main recurring villain.
Yeah.
So I go to play as Dante, and Dante shows up at the end of that fight. So after a little while, I'm playing as Dante. I forget that I had that equipped as Nero, and just show back up. Here's Nero with a big bunch of bananas on his arm. Okay, I don't have a picture from that, but I do have a picture from the. Oh, come on, please I can copy it. Hang on, I'll post it in the chat and then pull it up.
Okay.
Because my Devil May Cry 5 screenshots folder is genuinely fucking massive.
Oh,
So
yeah.
finding any single image in that is
There he is.
it's
Oh,
rough.
yeah.
But yeah, look at that. There's bananas.
I
There he
love
is.
it.
He's
He is
a bunch of
bananas.
banana goo.
This shit is absolutely
Fucking
Crazy.
crazy.
Plantains. But
Um,
anyway, so
so yeah,
going back to how Nero plays, I prefer using the Devil Bringer to the Devil Breakers. I think it's mostly because you can't really cycle through them without destroying them. I feel
yeah.
like if you could do
Yeah.
that, maybe if you could just like set 4 to D-pad directions, lower, maybe just have like 4 quick select slots that are just your 4, like most recent Devil Breakers in your magazine or something like that. Something like that would be pretty cool, but having to break them to switch just kind of makes me feel like, well, I mean, I don't want to break it. I want to, use this
Yeah.
to its full potential. So I'm not going to switch to the one that's, best for the
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, that
But-
is kind of an annoyance, but I guess it's supposed to.
Yeah, it's.
You know,
I understand why it's there. It's supposed to incentivize you breaking them off and doing cool combos and shit like that. Actually, you
Swap.
maybe using them till they break, doing their ultimate move.
Yeah.
But Gabe, are you frozen?
Oh.
Oh, okay, all right.
Maybe.
Sorry, you might be, but yeah,
I might be.
it's just a my weird opinions thing, I think.
I feel that.
But side note, and maybe possibly
No, but that's
speaking of
fair,
my,
I'd say. I think it's fair.
yeah, it's just a personal thing.
Then you
But
got V.
yes. So real quick, actually, speaking of a sweet surrender. So every so often I'll just like read a wiki or a TV tropes page or something like that. And I think it was the Devil May Cry wiki that I was reading.
Yeah.
For all of the Devil Breakers. And I swear it was either the like the theory area of the TV tropes page for Devil May Cry 5 or the wiki, where it was someone, and bless their soul, the grammar of a child, saying it is possible that Kyrie has an injury from a fight because Sweet Surrender used to massage her pain away, and poor fucking dude. Nobody had the heart to tell him that it's a vibrator. It's meant for sucking and fucking.
But those fingers smell.
Listen. It moves like this. That's not soothing injury movement,
Yeah, that's not soothing an injury.
That's soothing something else.
We have another character to add to the virgin list, is what you're saying.
No. Nero is not a fucking virgin. Oh my god.
If anything,
Nero
V is
fucks all caps.
If anything, V is technically like the most virgin, right next to Dante.
V is the most virgin for someone
definitely.
who has confirmed had sex. Kind of, it's weird.
Theoretically, yes.
He's virgin coded, but V
is just such an absolutely unbelievably ridiculous character. He's just so
I like him.
He's so frail and weird looking. He looks like he's gonna shoot up a mall or something. He looks like the main character of Fear of a Blank Planet.
There he is.
He looks like he looks like the kind of guy who would be in a cover band for a metal band,
Yeah. Like down to the fucking
Then,
like
and he also
studded
acts that way
bracelets.
too.
He really does.
And
I
he
wouldn't
just
say he
stop-
acts like
he'll
metal
stop in the
cover
middle
band.
of no, but he acts like a weirdo. He'll stop in the middle of a fucking combo to just do poetry readings. It's unbelievable that that's something they put in the game. I mean, it was. I think it's
Listen.
instrumental for people having now moved past like, oh, it's too cringe and edgy,
Yeah,
because it's like so over the top and silly that people realized that they could embrace it. Yeah.
I would like to interrupt this podcast.
Yes.
A Poison Tree by William Blake.
Okay.
I was angry with my friend. I told my wrath did end. I was angry with my foe. I told it not. My wrath did grow. And I watered it in fears, night and morning with my tears. And I sunned it with smiles and with soft deceitful wiles. And it grew both day and night, till it bore an apple bright. And my foe beheld it shine, and he knew that it was mine. Oh, hang on, I have an alarm going. Where was I? And into my garden stole, when the night had veiled the pole, and in the morning glad I see my foe outstretched beneath the tree.
Yo, snaps.
So it is written. Also, if you've played Devil May Cry
Yeah, so
5,
anyone-
you know. That's the plot. There
Yeah,
it
for
is.
anyone who has played the game, he just does that. V
Yeah,
will
like-
just stop and do that.
If you
Yeah,
literally
and
just stop it.
that poem was just the game was basically based off of that. There's a tree,
Yes.
and it
Quite
grew
possible.
both day and night until it bore an apple bright is literally the first thing you see in the game. Like that quote directly.
Yeah.
There's an apple, and there's a foe outstretched beneath a tree at one point.
Yeah, I mean, it gets you everything you need, really.
Yeah.
What
So
can you
anyway.
really say about Dante, real quick? Because
Well, I want to talk about V's gameplay.
Okay.
So I'll do it real quick. I've seen a concerning amount of people online. That is more than one person online
Yeah.
saying that playing as V is hard.
It's basically like easy mode. I don't get
Yes. V is easy mode the character.
that. I mean, he's
I-
very abstract if what you're expecting is
Yeah.
swing sword, but like once you
He-
figure out what it is, it's pretty simple.
He's a summon character. Like you
Yeah.
hold X and his Griffin, which all of his summons are based off of demons in Devil May Cry 1, which is very interesting and definitely not plot relevant.
Not at all.
He has a Griffin that shoots like little laser lightning things, again, like Griffin in Devil May Cry 1. He has a Panther, Shadow, that like morphs into different shapes and stabs and cuts and turns into a big spiky ball, like Shadow from Devil May Cry 1. And then he has
Shadow. He also has the best theme song. No one
yeah,
agrees
Crimson
with me,
Cloud
but
kind of fucks.
I just think that's the best one. I
It's not
mentioned
the best,
before.
but it's nice.
The rest of the series, I know you like the music. I just don't. It all kind of sounds very similar to me. But 5 specifically has some really good tunes.
5 is great.
And yeah,
Music's
yeah.
pretty
I
good in the
really.
series, but 5 especially is.
You
like-
gotta listen. You gotta listen to the Nello Angelo boss fight music. It's really
Oh,
good.
I'll check
It's
it
like
out.
it's a bop.
Yeah.
Nobody agrees with me, but it, like vibes wise, it's kind of like Fly from the end of almost said Devil May Cry, Yakuza 3.
Ooh,
Like kind of vibes wise, not like it has some similar kind of movement and moments.
I can see that.
Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, V is incredibly easy. He's a summon type character.
Yeah.
Literally, all you have to do is just circle around the battlefield and have your pets do all of the work for you.
He's Astral Chain, the guy.
Yeah, and like while you're circling around, you
He's a
can
puppet fighter.
yeah, and while you're circling around, you can fucking like read your book to refill your devil trigger, or taunt and get your style rating up. I've pulled off a lot of EX taunts while playing as V, where usually I have to break it off if I'm playing as any of the other characters. And the EX taunts are basically like, they cost like a shit ton of red orbs, and they're very long and involved dances. For Dante, I have his music as promiscuous. It fits shockingly well. Actually, I'll send you a link to a video I recorded.
Alright.
But
Sure.
it's it is very easy to get S ranks as V, and it's very strange that people think that he's a hard character to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dante, he plays pretty similarly to in the previous two games.
Yeah.
He does have a very widely expanded arsenal, but it's kind of he has a lot of weapons that fill the exact same purpose, you know?
Yeah.
Like he has 3 different swords, Rebellion, Sparta, and a new sword, which he acquires through means
Yeah.
named after himself, Devil Sword Dante. Which, by the way, the original design for Devil Sword Dante fucking sucks.
Let me see.
I gotta be honest.
Oh yeah.
Let me
Oh,
See,
it is
here's
the
Rebellion.
burning super death sword.
Yeah, I do like that it splits apart like this.
That is
Super
cool.
cool. And these are like the spectral swords it summons. But this is Rebellion. Let me see if I can zoom in.
Yeah.
I love
The main one is
Rebellion.
pretty nice and simple, but you gotta
Yeah,
get
Rebellion's
some mind to it.
cool. It's a fucking skeleton sword. It's got
Yeah.
like a cool little pommel that's like a little flower made of sharp metal, and it tapers off in a cool little like dip here.
Yeah.
Devil Sword Dante has chicken claws on the hilt. I mean, I think the pommel's kind of cool, but
Pommel's
it has
kinda
chicken
Pommel's
claws.
It
kinda
kind of looks like a
Sauron-esque.
generic. It just looks like a generic World of Warcraft type of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't really have the visual style that I think a good Devil May Cry sword should have. Like even Sparta, which basically looks like it was ripped straight out of Soul Calibur. Like
Yeah,
this is the updated design, but it looks pretty similar in Devil May Cry 1 and also it does appear in 4, yeah.
Yeah.
But like this shit looks like it comes from fucking Soul Calibur, but even then it's a very it sticks out, you know?
Yeah.
It's unique in that, you know, it looked good. I don't know what the fuck do you want from me? But Devil Sword Dante is just rough.
Yeah.
And you can see here I have a mod that replaces the hilt with Rebellion's hilt, and even and then it looks all right. It's fine. But like even then, I think the move set for it's at the very least for me, kind of not really it for me.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I think it's just because the forward swordmaster combo that I love so much isn't there anymore, and I can't really find a decent way to get to something that does a similar amount of hits with standard comboing. That might just be a me issue, but I think visually it just doesn't really look that great, and gameplay wise, it's not exactly my cup of tea. But those 3 weapons do still kind of fill the same niche as sword with pretty comparable move sets, even still.
Yeah.
Like they all have a stinger, they all have a million stabs, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then he has 2 motorcycles, which admittedly the second one is DLC and it's just a reskin, but they have very slightly different stats. And then he has Cerberus again, but it now has lightning and fire, which I like.
Yes.
Balrog. He starts with Balrog, and which is pretty cool. It's just another hand-to-hand weapon, but devil arm, I should say. But it has the cool gimmick where you can switch back and forth between using your fists and using your feet. And I think that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
It works
And-
really cool mechanically too, as you're like inputting the commands. It works very well.
Yeah.
Of course,
I
he
will
has
say
the
some-
super cool hat weapon too.
Yes, those are the guns.
Michael
He starts.
Jackson.
Yeah, he starts with the the standard coyote now and the ebony and ivory, and he gets Kalina Ann,
Yeah.
a second Kalina Ann that can link up to the first one and fire the big laser. And then a hat that shoots red orbs and makes him do cool poses. And let me see if I can find a screenshot of that. I take every single time that fucking cutscene plays, I take screenshots of it because it's so
Yeah.
fucking funny and cool and stupid. It was a while ago. Hang on.
Bane is exiting the building, by the way. He has
Oh.
to. He has to see a man about a horse.
Listen, he has to go and watch that. He has to go and watch that fucking cutscene. You know?
Yeah, the entire thing.
Yeah. I mean, I would recommend it. Look at that. He's doing the Michael Jackson move. Oh shit, Mikey Jackson.
Yeah.
Michael Yates.
I can never remember what the weapon is actually called. In my head, I call it MJ. 'cause
It
it's easier.
is.
It's like Doctor something.
Oh geez, yeah,
Oh,
Dr.
yeah.
Faust. Dr. Faust
Dr.
named
Faust,
named after the mini boss in DMC4.
Oh,
That was
Yes.
actually he does wear a hat. I was actually really surprised because DMC4 is the last one that I actually finished, and Dr. Faust starts showing up basically right after I actually stopped playing the game on basically all of my playthroughs. So it was very surprising to just see him show up, and it's like, oh yeah, I know that guy. He became a hat in the next one.
Yes.
what a great legacy.
What a
Yeah.
nice hat.
But
Yeah.
I really like Dante's moveset here. And I do like that there are lots of different swords for different playstyles.
Yeah.
Like, if you like Devil Sword Dante, that's cool. I like that.
No?
And I'm glad that you can play it with that. I typically prefer to play with Rebellion. It's just kind of my comfort zone, I think. But I
Yeah.
like that one isn't fully objectively superior to the other, you know?
Yeah.
Because like I don't know the exact properties of Devil Sword Dante. I mean, I'm pretty sure it might do like a little bit more damage, but in Devil May Cry, damage output as a raw number really isn't as useful as you'd think, you know?
Yeah.
It's more
Yeah.
about the move sets, how you can stun and like, move around enemies and stuff. So,
Keeping your style up is more important than killing.
yeah. So
Yes.
I guess since we've kind of got most of the gameplay out of the way, one thing that I did with this playthrough of Devil May Cry 5, again, I played through all of the games in chronological order and watched the anime and read Visions of V, the tie-in manga. And it starts a bit before, the main action of Devil May Cry 5.
Yeah.
And it goes up through to the end of one of the later missions. And I already kind of liked V as a character, specifically because of an aspect of him that we're not exactly mentioning here, because
Yes.
funny spoiler.
Play the game.
Yeah.
Buy the game.
Yes, we really recommend it. Like, this is one of the ones that I really don't want to spoil.
Yes. Especially because it just
But-
came out very
Well,
recently.
on
5
a
years ago.
cosmic scale, yeah.
Yes. Very
Yes.
recently, half a decade ago.
I do think I'm going to have to spoil just a little
Over
bit,
half a decade ago.
but there is like it adds a lot of depth to V, and it's depth that you can notice in the character's cutscenes in game.
Yeah.
Like, there is one specifically, Mission 7. It is the first of the game's two diverging paths, which really cool concept,
Yeah.
where you can play through missions 7 and 13 as whichever character you feel like. You can play through 7 as either V or Nero, and you can play through 13 as any of the three, V, Dante, or Nero. And it's
It
really
doesn't
cool.
Really change anything though, does it?
Not too much. You go on very slightly different paths.
Yeah, it's like different.
Yeah, it gives you
areas
some
of
new
the same area,
experiences.
right?
And
Yeah.
it allows it every so often
Yes, this is actually
you
really cool.
you will connect with another player, or you will watch their replay in real time as you go through the level.
Yeah.
It's so fucking, and this is present in more than just those two missions, by the way.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
There's
a lot of missions where they overlap.
the prologue. There are a couple missions before 7 that overlap. There are a few after 7 that overlap. Basically everything up until mission 18 is... Oh no, everything up until mission 13 is pretty, fair game when it comes to someone will appear.
Yeah.
I really like the cameo system. Even though most of the time it's me watching my own cameos and realizing how much I suck.
I've never seen my
But-
own, but I'm interested in seeing that.
I see my own often. If you've played enough and then you play recently, you're bound to see your own.
It's kind of
But
intriguing, actually. I like that.
yeah, I like it. And there are mods because it was a scrapped feature.
Yeah.
that to have that, first of all, have that for every single stage, which would have been great if they added it in.
Pretty
Maybe
dope.
as like a reward for defeating it on like Son of Sparta, or maybe Dante Must Die, something like that. Just being able to play through every stage as every character, that's cool. I'm pretty sure they stopped. They chose not to do it because every so often Nero will have like one of those platforming things where he has to use his Devil Breaker to like sling across something.
Yeah.
And they probably couldn't find a decent way to do that for like V and Dante. So fair, I guess, fair play. But I think it's really cool, and there are mods that allow you to play through together because the game has that networking structure. Because if you play through mission 7, that's one of the opportunities. Swooping back around to my original point.
Yeah.
That's one of the opportunities that you have to play with another player in real time, and it's fucking cool. But in that mission's cutscene, in the boss cutscene specifically, the boss is up against a few Angelo enemies, which is a pretty from Devil May Cry 1 onwards in the timeline, a pretty common enemy to come across, and you find a lot of them in 5.
Yeah.
And they're kind of plot relevant in a way, and you can see that V is visibly uncomfortable with them. And I'd never noticed that until I read Visions of V, and he has like an internal monologue when he sees them. It's so fucking cool.
That's pretty dope.
And it's kind of short. It's like, it looks like you go onto your legal manga retailer and you look and you see like 50 something chapters and you're like, oh my god, how long is this going to take to finish? But a lot of them are split up into different parts. You'll have a chapter that's like 30 pages every so often, and that'll be split into like 20 and then 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
And all in all, it's like 30 something chapters, not counting the ones that split. And I got through it all in like 3 hours. It's really good. I'd absolutely recommend, if you're going to replay Devil May Cry 5 and you haven't read Visions of V, do it. Absolutely do it.
Okay.
However, I have a couple notes here. So just a couple things that recapping what I already said, and then my last two.
Yeah.
Concerning amount of V ass, which is true, and then not enough Nico, 0 out of 10.
Fair enough.
So I agree. That sucks, and I hate it.
She is the best girl.
I like Nico. She is so fucking cool.
Nico's hilarious.
But
I really hope she comes back and becomes like a solid recurring character, because she's so distinct among Devil May Cry characters.
She's like a Southern Belle. I almost said working girl.
So
that means something very different.
A
Southern Belle handyman girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I get what you meant. I got what you meant. We are approaching the almost 4-hour mark.
Oh, geez. Well, I'll try to get through the rest quick.
Yes.
I have a few rants to go on, which that's fun.
All right. Let's get those
Give me
rants
one
out
sec.
now. Let's knock
All
those
right.
rants out.
Yeah, I'm kind of dying of hunger, so rant quickly.
I have to take such shit. I've been holding off. I'm sorry.
So I'll say, very good game. Yeah. Play it. Do not let the things that I am about to nitpick try to dissuade you from actually playing it.
Yes,
it's good.
Nitpicks. He knows they're nitpicks.
Yes. It is by far the worst out of all of the games when it comes to its lock and key design.
Yes.
See, DMC puzzles, well, I say puzzles very loosely. DMC locks and keys have always been like cool and unique objects. Like, just coming to mind, the crystal skull from Devil May Cry 3, or the Soul of Steel, which is referenced in fucking Devils Never Cry, and it's so cool. The Siren Shriek, which is literally just a way to fucking get rid of some flames around a door. The Sign of Chastity from Devil May Cry 1, that's just a weird fucking blue brain. or like the Philosopher's Stone, the Melancholy Soul, the Death Sentence, the cool ass fucking super death sword that you stab into a statue to get the Melancholy Soul out of the woman's
That's
mouth.
pretty good.
That's pretty dope.
The fucking like even 2 had, you know, the Evil Heart in Lucia's campaign that continually drained, I think, your health. Might have been either your health or your Devil Trigger. I forget which one.
Yeah.
Until you can get rid of it. You have,
There's a lot.
the Evil Legacy and the Key of Cronus from 4.
Yeah.
But in 5, you have one key
Just all
and one
fucking
lock.
juicy meat orbs.
Yes.
Yes, Nidhogg hatchlings. And they're these little guys. They're presented to you on a wonderful little
Hung.
pedestal.
Yes.
They're presented to you on a little pedestal, and then you grab them and you put them in your pocket, and then nearby you'll find like a big root of the tree that's been growing, and it has this big gash in it, and it looks very strange.
It looks
And
very
then you
suggestive. If this was Silent Hill, it'd be definitely implying something. But
Yeah, and then you just like hold the fucking hatchling up to it, and it just latches in, and it's a cool animation. I like it,
you see it
but that's
all the time.
the only lock and key puzzle in the game. There are no others.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in like most of the levels too. There's a lot
I'd
of
say
it.
almost every level from what I remember.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Some
heavy in the
levels
first
more
half of
than
the game.
once.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
It's still a good game.
it sucks. It really does suck, the lack of the lack of variety when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Speaking of lack of variety, first of all, not 3 and 4. 4 and 5 do have kind of bad DLC issues, where you can buy 1,000,000 orbs for just $5.
Yeah.
Or buy a shit ton of blue orbs.
The
It's
suckers
just-
tax, yes.
Yeah, I don't like it, but 5 has the most egregious thing, and it plays into the other aspect. The other aspect that Devil May Cry is the worst among the other games for. It has awful costumes. My God!
Yeah, I
See,
don't
Devil
remember
May Cry
anything
1.
great.
Devil May Cry 1 had one alternate costume, which was fine. It's the first game. You get to
Yeah.
play as Dante's father, Sparta. Cool. Nice.
Pretty dope.
Devil May Cry 2 had a lot of costumes, but to be fair, it had 2 separate characters.
Yeah.
Fine enough.
Mhm.
Devil May Cry 3 had 2 different variants of DMC3 Dante, one with his coat and one without his coat. 2 different variants of Devil May Cry 1 Dante, one with his coat and one without his coat, and the Sparta outfit. And then the Virgil outfits are with his coat, without his coat, and like a corrupt version that's like the analog to the Sparta outfit for Dante.
Yeah.
Even DMC4 had alternate colors for the characters, as well as cool new costumes, like again the Sparta costume for Dante. There was a prototype Nero outfit that was pretty cool, and then DLC only, but I'll give it a pass because they're new they're new playable characters to the series and the game for the special edition.
Yeah.
There was the Gloria outfit for Trish and DMC3 Lady,
Yes.
which DLC only, you can't unlock them, but I'll give it a pass because at the very least there's alt colors. They actually have a really cool thing where Trish's alt colors are based on Lady and Lady's alt colors are based on Trish. That's cool. I like
I
that.
dig that.
That's nice.
And then Nero's alt colors are blue, which is significant maybe. And Dante's alt color is based on DMC Devil May Cry, which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
the
a
only
funny
thing
one.
the only thing I really don't like about it is the black hair, which I know I'm playing into that stereotype. However, I just don't think it's a good look specifically for, standard Devil May Cry Dante.
Yeah.
Personally. I don't mind the black coat. I think it's pretty cool.
I like the code. Again, the code is genuinely cool. Like,
Yeah, it's not that
Yeah.
bad. I mean, all they really do is just swap the actual color of his in-game code.
yeah,
So it's a costume for Dante.
that's costume for
Yeah.
Dante.
Yeah,
It should
I mean,
make
it's
it a costume for Nero, really.
it's literally just, well, we're talking about 4.
Yeah.
But it's literally, it's 4 special editions specifically. Because
Yeah.
the recolors were added in the special edition.
You can get a recolor
But
for
Yeah,
for that.
5 also has a Dante DMC.
well, we'll get to that. But
Yeah.
it's just a recolor for the 4 special edition costumes, but that's fine.
Yeah.
They have unique special costumes. Like Nero has his prototype costume. That's cool. I actually like that a lot. I wish I pulled it up, but we're short on time.
Yeah, we are running.
Devil May Cry 5 has the worst selection of costumes known to fucking man.
Ooh.
I might be exaggerating a little bit, but the entire series, every game has at least one costume that's just completely alternate.
Yeah.
The only game previously that had recolors was DMC4 Special Edition. 5 has only recolors, and they're not great.
Yep.
No.
And
Not-
the worst part about it, you cannot unlock them. You must buy them.
Yes, or get the SE.
You know, or get Special Edition.
Only
Fair.
Only 2 options. It kind of sucks. Kind of blows balls.
Yeah, so I have a lot of mods that change costumes of characters. But, yeah, that's bad. And I guess, since we're talking about costumes and we're about to wrap up, let's do the final drip check.
Yes.
Sure.
All right, Nero.
DMC5 has good costumes.
Oh, you said DMC.
Yeah, it does.
DMC5 has great costumes. Yeah.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. The costumes here, the default ones are
Nero,
really good.
of course, looks a lot like Scalebound Johnson. I've always known
does.
that much. He looks like the guy from that failed experiment.
I love the
Yeah.
red
I
finish.
don't think there's
Yeah.
any crossover staff or anything on that, so I don't know.
I don't think so.
No.
But I do like how I said I prefer overdressed Dante to underdressed Dante. I kind of like this, slightly more casual Nero. It fits
Yeah.
his vibe a lot better.
But
Me
it still
too.
has
Of
the
course.
colors from 4.
Yeah. Although personally, in my opinion, I think purple would be a better color for Nero because he
Yeah.
is kind of a fusion of Dante and Virgil's kind of vibes.
Yeah.
But I think this is fine. It looks good.
Yeah.
My only real change that I would do is give him a bit of a longer coat. I have a mod that does that. Wouldn't you know?
Hey.
And his alt is actually not that bad.
I kind of like that one actually.
Yeah,
I like the all white. Yeah, I think it's kind of fun.
it's inspired by Kratos from 4. And the only thing I don't like about it,
The hair.
the brown hair doesn't look that great, I
Yeah.
think. Like even without it being kind of weird because you usually have white hair, it just doesn't look great in the game. It looks kind of like sandy blonde, which is not fantastic. Doesn't fit that well.
Yeah.
But it's a really good, like the clothes specifically, really good. And wouldn't you know it? I have a mod to fix the white hair too. Wouldn't you fucking know?
So what about
So-
D? We've seen his normal. Let's look at his alternate real quick.
Well, let's do Dante real quick. I think I would both say.
Too, but I like this version.
Oh, I'm doing all of them. Mostly because I'm doing all the characters mostly because I just have a kind of funny joke. But
Visually, like his face and hair.
his facial appearance is peak.
Peak
fucking
Dante.
fantastic.
I wish he had something
Yeah.
closer to the 2 outfit,
This
but
this
it's also like
specifically.
more of a casual version of the same idea.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have this base screenshot here.
Okay.
I have to open up the DMC5
The
screenshots folder.
Two outfit would be perfect with this kind of style. But
It
I also
is,
like this new
in
one.
fact.
Yeah.
Let me get a screenshot that isn't a spoiler. Oh, here we go. Trust no one, not even yourself. Hang on. Copy that. Copy that.
Copy
Paste it
that.
in the chat.
Copy
I
that.
fucked around with an enemy swapper mod,
Aha!
Oh, nice.
but like he looks fucking good in the Devil May Cry 2 outfit.
Hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I've said it before. I prefer overdressed Dante to underdressed Dante, but this is a weird mix of the two. Like, he has a nice coat, but putting him in a fucking gray Henley of all
Yeah,
things,
he's in just like some dad shirt. I guess it's because he's older here is maybe the idea.
it does fit the vibe a little bit
Republic.
more.
I mean, it's fine. It could be way worse. I
No,
feel.
I feel like it's the worst of both worlds, I guess. Like
Yeah,
it's
not
it's
perfect.
it's I'm not a big fan of it.
I think the thing is, this is like somebody cosplaying as Dante kind of thing, because this is very
Yeah.
manageable.
It is a very
Anyone
easy
could-
cosplay.
Anyone could do this, whereas like DMC 1 is like a little harder.
You need to strap
Yeah.
two belts around your fucking feet, though.
Yeah, you
They're
gotta
really
strap some
leaning
belts
into
around
the-
your fucking cowboy boots.
Well, I
This
mean,
is
you know,
very...
they gave him back the cowboy boots, and then they also gave him that hat where he does a gay cowboy dance. So they really did
I think they
lean
did.
into that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hey,
but leather pants, gray Henley. Maybe rip up the ends of the sleeves, and you get this fucking rad ass jacket. I do love the jacket.
It's
jacket's
a nice
dope.
jacket.
Yeah, it's a great jacket. I love the shoulders.
Yeah, the shoulders are cool. And then we have... This is super alt Dante, but it's a little bit easier to show off.
It's not.
I mean,
it's not perfect. I wish the hair
Yeah.
would change back. To
I
So
like-
what I'm saying they
it's-
should do. It's like this is the remake version, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
inspired by the reboot.
They should have just given that color scheme to Nero because they already look similar. But like this, I think
Yeah,
like an
actually,
all white Dante with black hair might have been more. Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh, that's just because he has a weird fucking
Yeah, the
expression on
weird
his face.
scowl. But he's the problem is like that's an outfit for like a much younger character, like interpretation of Dante.
Maybe
So
fine.
he looks out of place in that. Give him back
Yeah.
to Henley.
I mean, here's the
Because
thing.
he'll have it.
I will say, swap the hair. It's a decent costume.
I like. it.
Fun. Wouldn't you fucking know it? There's a mod to fix that too. Wouldn't you
Wow,
know
these
it?
people have done everything.
Yeah, DMC5 has a lot of great mods.
That's great.
So, V's outfit. We've gone over V. Here he is.
Yes.
Give it a second to load. I'm not a big fan personally of long coats without any sleeves. However,
Yeah.
this is an exception specifically because
He has
his
sleeves.
tattoos here. His
Yes,
tattoos
sleeves.
here are his summons,
Oh.
and they disappear when his summons are out. And that's a really cool visual shorthand to say that they're bound to him. And I think that works really, really well with the sleeveless jacket.
But he also
So-
looks too scrawny and pathetic to actually have tattoos, so it's unrealistic. It's
Well,
like
yeah,
someone-
but,
it's like they cast Ezra Miller or something. It's ridiculous.
No, don't
The,
go
the, the,
back.
the tattoos are there specifically just because some demons are bound to him. He doesn't actually have the
Magic
tattoos.
stuff. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I will say, it actually is explained that the ring he picks up at the very least and the glove are like he got this from a mugger that he just kind of had Griffin kill in the street. But I don't think it was explained where he got these. I think he just picked them up because he liked them. Which I mean, hey, fair
Yeah.
play, buddy.
All right. So
But
let's-
I like it. It's a solid design. His
Yeah.
alt, on the other hand, listen. All right, so this color scheme, this specific color scheme, this green here,
yeah.
is a reference to a specific character from the DMC1 tie-in novel. Apparently,
Oh shit.
I
It's not
don't.
not the worst, but
I don't hate it. I would prefer if it was blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
And
the
would-
green's a little weird.
Yeah, I think blue would look better with him specifically for no reason at all. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you fucking know it? There's a mod that does that. Wow. It's almost like my favorite versions are the ones that I've played the most because I have them, downloaded as modes.
yes.
So we're oh
Yeah.
well, no,
We're
I accidentally
kinda-
closed it. Hang on.
Should we just do Nero?
Well, we already
'Cause
did
it's-
Nero.
But I mean,
But
Nico. Sorry.
sorry, I'm floundering right now. Let me get to my recently closed tabs
You're good.
because I completely forgot. Open that back up.
Yes.
I completely forgot that there are more characters. So we're gonna go through the rest of them kind of
even
quick.
more!
we have to be real fast, dude. I'm being
Yeah, there's-
I hate to be this guy. We got to.
There is slight spoilers. Hi, Virgil's
Well,
here.
we talked about him being DLC. He's a DLC character.
He's in the thumbnail.
So I'm
You
not
buy 'em.
I'm not personally a massive fan of the black coat.
Yeah.
I do like the black
Yeah.
and with like the silver accents. That's a cool style. I just don't think it like Virgil's blue, you know? And there are like there's some dark blue here, but
I think if it had a blue trim like DMC Virgil,
yeah, that
I
was
would
cool.
like it more because the gold trim on a black coat is a little too dulled down for him, you know?
Yeah.
If you could seamlessly blend a mix of 5 and the reboot together, I'd
That'd
really
be pretty
like it.
cool.
I would
But
want that,
you know,
yeah.
this
Including the fedora.
Include actually,
the,
of course,
yes.
he would rock that fedora.
I'm pretty sure there's also a mod for that. But there's a the thing is, I like the silhouette. The base mesh is really good.
Mhm.
His alt. Now this is specifically.
Yeah,
This
that
is-
is yeah.
This is very low resolution, but it's specifically his Devil May Cry 4 colors. Because his Devil May Cry 3 colors, they're a bit darker, a little bit more of a royal blue instead of like this kind of turquoise-ish kind of. I would prefer it if the gold accents were a bit less yellow, the blue was a little bit deeper, and oh, wouldn't you fucking know it? There's a mod that does exactly that.
Yes.
All right, going through the rest of the characters very quickly.
Yeah, I'll go full screen. You don't really need to click too deep if you want. It's up to you.
All right, Nico. I like Nico.
Oh,
Great design. Great
She's
design.
very cool. I'm
That's
not
girl.
lingering here for any reasons.
I'm not going to say the word mommy out loud. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know why you were thinking that. Huh? What are you
never.
talking about?
Yeah, I like Nico. She has a really cool design, really cool. I don't really have much. There's not really anything to compare to because she's new and she's not really.
Yeah.
She has a good design. That's it. Her alt fucking sucks. Oh my god.
Oh, that's bad.
I hate the olive. I hate the weird
It's flavorless.
ramen noodle
I
faux
think-
blonde hair.
I think
It's
the
not
olive
great.
would
Very
be better
trashy.
if she had her normal hair color. I think the olive would look better.
Probably, yeah. I
it's
don't
too
know of
hard
any
to
mods. I don't know of any mods to fix this. The only
only
mods
ones
I
that
have
can-
for Nico are best left unsaid. Anyway,
Hell
so
yeah. Hell yeah,
ladies and
brother.
gentlemen,
High
there's
five.
there's an interesting
High five on the
Oh.
screen.
there's an interesting story about this this specific color. The devs said they chose this specific color scheme because they just really liked the way that it looked. I don't want what they were smoking. I really
Yeah.
don't. I don't need that world.
In
I
Japan, they
think.
can't even legally smoke weed, so yeah.
Damn shame, honestly. How cool would this game be if they could?
Yeah.
Really quick, Lady. Honestly, the best design that I think we've gotten for her. Looks
Yes.
super fucking cool. I actually really dig the shoulder pads.
That's
I do
actually-
wish
I
she
would
still
like to
had
get
her.
shoulder pads.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
goggles too. I wish she still had her glasses from 4, but I mean, she has goggles, so
She's
it's
got
whatever.
LASIK in between games. It's fine.
Now, Lady's alt is apparently inspired by Trish, which
Okay.
is strange because her hair is like this weird sort of. This image doesn't do it
Dirty,
justice in game.
Brown,
It's like
black.
yeah,
Say
in
this, though,
game
you
it's
are
this
right
like
on the glasses.
yeah, but in game it's this like dark greenish brown, and I fucking hate it. I despise it.
Yeah. No.
I have a mod installed to. I mean, basically all it really does is just change her tank top to black to more closely match Trish and make her hair like actually blonde. That's all it really does. So, like it's still pretty good. Trish. Trish looks the same as she always does. I really just
She's Trish.
yeah, she's Trish.
Yeah, that
She's
isn't
never
know.
really changed.
Not really anything to speak of. She looks exactly the same. Her alt is inspired by Gloria from Devil May Cry 4. And
I
Trish,
mean-
Trish, honey, I gotta tell you, blackface is not an outfit. We've been over this.
Yeah, sweaty,
Okay.
that ain't working.
But I have a mod that
She's
makes
too much
it.
bronzer. Too much bronzer.
Yeah, she's looking a little bit, Donald
she's trying to-
Trump.
She's trying to be Shakira. It's not working.
Oh God. But yeah, this is horrible. I have one that makes her alt a little bit more like Devil May Cry 4, where she looks when she has a ladies kind of color scheme, which is good. I like it. Wouldn't you fucking know it? I have a mod. So really quick, going over the characters. Here's Morrison.
Yes.
Morrison is Dante's agent or manager or whatever from the Devil May Cry anime. And I'm only noting him here
Yes.
specifically because his race has swapped.
Yes.
Oh.
In
Yes.
the anime, he was a white guy with a blonde mustache.
Yeah.
And now, listen, this is a highly visual episode. I completely forgot about Mr. Spotify viewer over here. I'm very sorry, by the way. This is quite visual.
He's a African American gentleman.
He is he's a black man with a full beard and a cool hat.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just gonna be honest. I prefer Blorison. He's cool.
Honestly,
Yeah, no, his design is great here.
I hope it at some point. This is never going to happen, but this will be nice if it happens. Reanimate the Devil May Cry anime, but with Black Morrison. That's the only change.
Only difference, yeah.
I mean,
Now,
Otherwise,
we're just about So we're just about done, but there are two other things that I want to mention.
Yeah.
Some really quick drip checks for two important characters that have voice lines in the game.
Okay.
Patty and Kyrie. Patty, the girl, the small girl from DMC, the anime. She turned 18. She invited Dante to her birthday party, and Dante turned her down because Jesus Christ, I understand.
I love that scene. It's a very good scene.
And then there's Kyrie, who calls out to Nero like, "Hey, dinner's ready." They have a really cool costume change. They're invisible.
Nothing.
They don't show up. They don't get to be in the game.
They're off screen.
Yeah, but exclusively.
Hey,
and
who knows? Yes.
I mean, hey,
there's a new animated series coming out soon in Netflix.
There is. Oh, geez.
We'll probably start talking about that for another time.
We should. You know what? We should just. Here, all right. I have a pitch. I'll make it quick because we really got to end this. When that comes out, we all watch the first DMC anime and then the second DMC anime, and then just talk about it, compare them, contrast them. Which one's better? Who knows?
I'm
down.
I'm down for that.
I'm down.
All right, that sounds good. Now this has been long.
Yes, this is
long equals funny.
4 hours, 10 minutes, 30 seconds so far. Folks, check us out, patreon.com/loud equals funny. You know where to find us.
Ladies and gentlemen,
get Devil May Cry
is on sale
1, 3, 4, and 5.
Right now, you can get DMC 5 on Steam for $13 Canadian and some change.
I will say I would recommend getting some of the alternate costumes because you can get pretty good mods for them as DLC, and also Virgil mode. But I think the rest of the DLC is just kind of if it strikes your fancy. I know that I think the Monkey Business Devil Breaker is free.
It's free. Yeah.
And
the rest you're technically
there are sadly a few Devil Breakers that are locked behind DLC, but maybe perhaps you could find some downloads possibly for them. I don't know.
Also,
possibly no.
Cheat Engine. If that's
I'm not sure if they're in the game files or not because I know that you can't use them. I don't think you can use them in like multiplayer settings. I don't think. I'm not sure. I think it like puts them as like a generic Devil Breaker.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm spending.
But yeah,
on that, so
if you can get a bundle that gives you all the DLC for really cheap, just do it. Everything except like the blue orbs and the red orbs and like the super costumes. You don't need those.
Don't buy especially the super costumes.
Yeah, don't buy the super costumes. Just play through the fucking game.
Money. Just buy the game. Buy the game. It's good.
I literally only have the Virgil super costume because it just came with special edition, like that little bundle that you get.
I've seen that.
Another thing that you might want to get for the DLC, which is sad that this is a DLC, but it's a cool new optional feature where you can change characters' battle tracks. So if you decide that you just don't like Crimson Cloud or Subhuman or Devil Trigger, and
you're crazy,
possibly if you're crazy, probably Bury the Light, maybe. I don't know.
By the way, one thing we forgot to mention entirely: there's the previz cutscenes. We did not get into that
too.
That is something we should also save for that DMC animated thing.
Why not?
Yeah,
it's a video file that Devil May Cry.
Yeah, we're already going. We're about 4 hours 15. All right, folks. With that, this has been a very crazy, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely.
This party was pretty
long
crazy.
Equals funny, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna task Claw to do one thing here. Claw, can you do that Dark Soul filled with light as the outro? Shout that out. Dark Soul filled with penis. I don't know.
Sure.
We got penis in first. Penis.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabe Penis.
Penis.
I was supposed to be the one to fill your dark soul with. Yeah, I'm just not feeling it. Actually, never mind.
That's fair.
Penis.